DSTT Channel 4 on Saturday, 27 September at 6 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus. FC Meets, football made for community by community. Rechange game. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Integrity is not perfection, but neither is it moral complacency. Integrity is not perfection, but it's not moral complacency. Integrity says that you can be trusted. It says you can be trusted. I think one of the worst things that it can be said about any of us who are followers of Christ is that we can't be trusted. Integrity says that you are good for what you say. Character is a portrait of your life. It's just we are the picture of the choices and decisions that we made. That's your character. And I'm a picture of the choices and decisions I made. That's my character. Now, my integrity has to do with the reliability and the strength that's behind those choices.
Dr. Crawford Lorries is president and founder of Beyond Our Generation. It's 12 after 9 o'clock. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Talking Point. My name is Kathy Motlatlana. I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. We're coming fresh out of a public holiday, so I know some of you, if you've had to get up and go to work today, you're thinking, is it a Monday or is it a Thursday? Right? That's what happens when we have a public holiday slap bamming the middle of the week. It is a Thursday and the show does go on. We're still going to try and finish this week as strong as we did when we started. What you can expect coming up on the show, well, you know what our agenda is, right? As long as the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is going on, we certainly are going to be doing our best to bring you the very latest out of there. So we will be broadcasting and bringing you the latest from the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Today, we're expecting to hear expert witness on the legislative framework that informs and delineates the roles of law enforcement in South Africa. So on Tuesday, you'd remember that we basically heard the testimony from the SAPS National Commissioner, Fani Masemola, who spoke about the disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team and the processes that led to that point, and the points of agreement, disagreement, not only between himself, the minister, but also some of his deputies and the enforcement orders that he had given them in that regard. So I don't know if Fani Masemola is actually going to be called back, but it looks like he may have concluded his evidence, at least the first part of his evidence. So today we will continue with the expert witness, and we'll wait to hear from the commission who will be lined up after this particular witness. What is the sense that you are getting so far, especially in as far as how the commission is doing its work? What have been your observations just following the evidence that has been given by these two crucial witnesses? These being individuals that occupy very important offices at a national level by the way of General Masemola and a provincial level by the way of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. But generally, what is the sense that you're getting out of the evidence that has been shared so far? I certainly have felt that And I know that it's not the work of the commissioners perhaps to really probe and cross-examine witnesses, etc. I think probe is part of their responsibility, though. But I do get the sense that sometimes they're just things that are left hanging. You know, they're not really asking that many questions, and as far as the depth of matters is concerned, I don't know whether that's because they don't want to get caught up in the politics of operations within the SAPS, or really what could be driving it. But I have felt that with both witnesses, there were just things that I would have wanted to know more about, just to understand what exactly is going on a bit more clearly. But perhaps that then will begin to come out when there's an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. So I'll take your calls within what is left of the half hour. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. So we'll take a quick break and then I'm back with your calls.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
All right, so let's get into our conversation, at least have as much of it as possible before we have to go live to the commission. Mandla, you're calling from Mthatha. Good morning.
Good morning, Ceci. I thank you for taking my call. You know, in regard to this Madlanga commission, I think as civil society, we have a duty here to diffuse the notion that it is not binding what comes out of it. Because this is, of the three tiers of government, is the executive, judiciary, and the other, the legislature. I think we need to impress that this is a constitutionally formed commission, and that therefore anything that comes out of it, and we need to make a legal case here, anything that comes out of it is binding, just as it does bind when it is in the legislature, just as it does bind when it comes out of the executive, because they are part of government, so that we don't waste society government funds, which is actually our public money, on a thing that will go on unbinding. You know, that is the point I would wish we opened with, so that we get legal minds from civil society to work on this case.
Look, yeah, Mandla, I guess that part of the challenge there is also going to come out of the fact that you have Parliament currently running a process.
Yes.
And the process that the ad hoc committee is running is parallel to what the commission is doing. In fact, they've started releasing some of the names of who will be called up. And we're very well going to see a situation where on Sun mornings, the ad hoc committee is doing its work, talking to witnesses that maybe the commission has already spoken to. So there is that overlap of processes. And again, I agree in terms of how far-reaching the findings of this commission should be. But we know that that has not necessarily been the trajectory or the record of the findings of commissions of inquiry. Look at Zondo, look at Seriti. The history is there.
This is where my opinion is. We need to diffuse the president's opinion here and say you can't be doing this all at a loss. while you know that the judiciary is a part of government, the third tier of government. So as much as it's going to be binding in that legislative committee, we must have this binding through the judiciary because it is a part of government. It is his opinion that it will not be binding when he said the terms of reference. But we must make a legal case and prove to him that, in fact, this is indeed binding.
Okay.
So that we don't run at a loss.
Mandla, thanks for that view. Papillon, you're in Aldos. Good morning.
My sister, greetings to you, greetings to your colleagues. You know, sister, how heartbroken I am, in fact, concerning the unemployment of our youth and, of course, the corruption, the fraud of politicians. And I would like in the future, if possible, you to hold a topic on this, what I'm about to say. Because, sister, do you recall about 3 years ago at the global warning of the climate change conference, I think it was in Europe, whereby South Africa, correct me if wrong, South Africa received something like 230 million just for the country for that usage. I would like to know what was done with that money, because I recall then when the money was received, it was a great joy. Yes, it was whatever. Thereafter, it was silence. Up to now, nothing at all, to my knowledge, I know, has been done or received or whatever was done with the 230 million US dollars, which South Africa itself received from, I think it was the UN conference or whatever it was.
So, Papillon, what's the issue for you?
Well, I'd like to know that money, 230 million, what happened to it? Was it used in a certain manner or whatever by South Africa? Because we were given that money for the global that conference that was held over there. What happened to the money?
Okay, Papillon, that's a very good question, something for us to look into. Let me go to Xolani. Xolani, you're in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Kathy. Yesterday, Kathy, it was Heritage Day. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy it much other than the harassment that I received from 6 callers claiming to be representing a company called Pay Just Now that I didn't even know it ever existed. And they were saying they were debt collectors of the company because they gave me a credit to buy from Macro in Germiston. I'm calling from the Eastern Cape. I've never been to Germiston before. But the main purpose of my call, Kathy, is the fact that in South Africa we've got the National Credit Act. And then when I fought trying to inquire from these callers that were claiming to be debt collectors, they said this Pay Just Now company gives you an opportunity to go and buy, and then you pay them later. And then when I asked one of them that how was this assessment done, that I ended up being given a facility to buy and then I'm supposed to pay it back, she could not explain that. But funny enough, she had my details, that is my name, my surname, and my ID number. I've never been to Macro in Germiston. In actual fact, I've never been to Germiston in my entire life. Yes, I've been to Gauteng, but not specifically to Germiston. So I'm concerned about companies that are fraudulently or disrespecting the National Credit Act in terms of screening and checking people before they give them facilities. And those people are either using or they have access to database that I cannot confirm where they got the information from. But here's the thing, how is it possible that a company can lend someone that they've never verified before? That is my concern at the moment, because I might not be the only person
and
who went through that.
Doesn't it make you think about the POPIA Act and just its relevance in the current situation that many South Africans are finding themselves in? Because you are calling just with an issue of credit seemingly that may have been taken out fraudulently in your name. On a day-to-day basis, many other South Africans are dealing with spam calls from companies, people. You don't know how they got your numbers. No matter how many times you ask them to take you off their registries, they don't. So what is the point of that act?
The key part is when you offer a facility, Kathy, and yet the National Credit Act is clear that you need to have one ascertain in terms of the financial position of that person, which is called the financial need analysis. And if you don't do all that and then verify the location, that is where that person's income is sourced from before you even lend. But in this case, they say it's an app that you enter, and then through the app, I'm sure you put some information, and then all of a sudden they automatically give you a facility. How can an institution be allowed to do something like that? Can it not be regulated but through the National Credit Act?
Yeah, look, Xolani, we had a conversation about this a few weeks ago, actually, looking specifically at, the buy now, pay later. And there is a loophole in as far as the legislation is concerned, because this is credit that is advanced not only through your online platforms. Number one, that's part of what makes it difficult, but also the nature of credit that is being offered seems to have created a gap in as far as the application of the National Credit Act is concerned. And the danger is that you could have, because I think we have about 4 of those services, 3 to 4 of those services, if I recall clearly from that conversation. But you can effectively apply for products from these 4 different service providers, and none of them would be able to pick up that you had already received credit from somebody else. And issues like affordability, etc., those often don't apply, at least not in the rigorous way that would be the case under the National Credit Act. So you're right, that there is a loophole, and the industry is currently busy with negotiations to try and get some level of enforcement and regulation around these apps, but also to speak to those that are running the apps themselves to come on board and join the official line. But it is a loophole that exists right now.
Just a parting shot. I wish someone who is a senior person within this app called Pay Just Now to call and explain to the public, because my only concern is that if they can have access to how many other people are being called for debt collection because of that. I wish someone who's listening, who works for this company or who owns this company, can explain why are they allowing this to happen.
All right, Xolani, thanks for that call. Les, you're in the Western Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I want to talk about the killing of the whistleblower with lawyers and the investigators who are targeted here in South Africa. However, I can refer for the Boer van Niekerk. The actual cause of death, of killings, is corruption. And then corruption is the indirect value of ANC. Indirect value of ANC. When I said the actual cause of these killings is corruption, it's because most of the politicians, those are the people who are hiring those people who can kill other people because they pay them, which means that is the cause. Corruption is the cause of all those, everything that is happening. And then the perpetrators of the ANC, I can say, they are political thugs. And then in this case, if you can check here in South Africa, what I can say is we have got so many people who are educated here in South Africa. We have the PhD and who are called the doctors from the human science degree. If you can check those people, more especially from the politicians, those are the ones who are influencing crime here in South Africa. I'm not saying to be educated is wrong. What I'm saying is you cannot see these things from the field of engineering and people who have got a PhD and everything. But those more special people who are here in human science degree, who have got a PhD or human science degree, human science faculty, those are the ones who are causing most of the killings or corruption in South Africa. So the last thing that I can say is
Les, I don't think I agree with you, but also my challenge is that I don't have much time. I've got to go to the latest news headlines. You and I are going to have to park this one so that we can debate it properly the next time that you call in with a similar issue. For now, it is 9:30. Let me take you over to the news desk, and then we'll go back to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, which sits for day 6 of its work.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Western Cape Department of Mobility says they are continuing to monitor 6 closed taxi routes in the Somerset West area. The 30-day route closures are between Mfuleni, Somerset West, Kailicha, Nomzamo and Luandle. Hundreds of members of the National Union of Mine Workers will today go on strike at the ARM Andalusite mine located in Tabazimbi, Limpopo. And Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas is to address the UN General Assembly via video link after US officials expressed optimism about a new American ceasefire and post-war plan for Gaza. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport football analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumele Nkune's analysis of Bola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Spa brings you 4 days of even more. From 25 to 28 September. Get 500 gram Rama Original Brick. Buy 2 for 50. Save 20 Rand. Or 2 litre Fanta Sprite or Stony Original range. Any 2 for 30. Save 10 Rand. It's 4 days of even more. Only at Spa. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
Think about 6 years ago, when Amapiano was just a musical instrument. When streaming meant watching water flow, not videos online. And remote work was only said when your remote batteries died. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
The Spa Baby Proteas are participating in the Netball World Youth Cup 2025 in Gilbraltar from the 19th to the 28th September 2025. These are our rising stars and have qualified for the quarterfinals. #TogetherWeRise, brought to you by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life.
Then if I can ask you to turn back to paragraph 1. You state that you are a Major General in the South African Police Service and that you hold a doctorate degree in law. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
How long have you been with SAPS?
Close to 42 years of service.
Purely out of interest, doctorates in law may be a PhD, which I've seen mostly with Rhodes University. Most usually have LLDs. So it may be a PhD or an LLD. What is yours?
Chair, I've got an LLD.
Thank you.
For reasons that we won't go into, the chair's knowledge in this area is something we don't need to dwell into. And also the choice of the institution that is referred to.
Mr. Matau, my interest is in what field, specific field of law is the LLD?
Criminal law, sir.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Commissioners. General, in paragraph 4...
Sorry, if I may just add, I've got a master's, the LLM in constitutional law and or fundamental rights and constitutional practice. Just for the record, while we're sharing secrets.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 4, you deal with the co-functions of the position that you occupy. If I can just ask you to take the Commission through those.
My core functions as the head of governance, legislation and policy, that is in the Division Legal Services, is to oversee the governance, legislation and policy service within the police. It involves the management of legislative and regulatory functions to ensure the legal vetting of new and revised policies in the police and to provide legal support on advocacy functions, as well as to manage and utilize human, financial, physical and information resources in accordance with the strategies, priorities and regulatory framework of the police.
What exactly do you mean by vetting policies?
Chair, that would be, for example, if there's new national instructions relating to an operational or a support function, the policy owner, for example, visible policing, will be the compiler of the document, the national instruction, and then it is forwarded to us for legal vetting to ensure that it complies with the law, that it's not in conflict with any other prescript in the police, and to also make a recommendation for the National Commissioner on the approval thereof.
General, what is advocacy functions for the SAPS?
Commissioner, that relates specifically to new developments in law, court judgments and the implications thereof on the police, and specifically relating to judgments and where we can improve our regulatory framework.
And just before you go to the next section, General, who do you report to?
I report to the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services, and we are part of the support services, Deputy National Commissioner. In other words, that would be either General Nkua or General Tampane, and thereafter the National Commissioner.
Thank you. In paragraph 5, you state that you made the statement for purposes of giving evidence at the Commission, and it is at the invitation of the Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in paragraph 6, you outline the themes that your statement covers or deals with. And it is clear from there, you firstly highlight the constitutional and statutory framework regulating SAPS. You provide a legal overview of the applicable legislation and policies regulating the SAPS. You also provide a detailed analysis of oversight mechanisms that regulate SAPS. You proceed to then deal with the disbandment of the PKTT by the Minister, and you provide your view on whether the conduct accords with the statutory framework set out in your statement, and you conclude by making some general observations on legal aspects that have been raised and identify potential deficiencies in respect of the oversight mechanisms. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yes. Then if I can ask you to deal with the first topic, which is SAP's constitutional and statutory overview. You deal with that commencing from paragraph 7. Yes, if I can ask you to deal with that.
Okay. In this section, I explained that the workings of the police with reference to the relevant portions of a constitution and legislation and regulation of a service. Section 199 of the Constitution regulates the establishment, structuring and conduct of a security services, a single defence force, a single police service and any intelligence established in terms of a constitution.
Have you not left out services after intelligence, or am I wrong?
I believe that's a typing error,
No,
Chair.
right.
You are correct, yes.
Thank you.
All of these services are structured and regulated in terms of national legislation. Section 199(6) of the Constitution provides that no member of a security services may obey a manifestly illegal order. In terms of Section 199(7) of the Constitution, members of any security service must always act in accordance with the Constitution and the law, and may not act to either prejudice a political party's interest that is legitimate in terms of a Constitution, or further, in a partisan manner, any interest of a political party. Section 189,
sorry, Section
198, sorry, sets out the governing principles.
Before you move on, let's go back to 8, Section 1996. Who does that relate to? Ordinarily, one would think that it relates to orders from a member of SAPS, a senior member to a junior member. Does it go beyond that or not?
Chair, it's my submission that it relates to any member, irrespective of where the order comes from. But if it is in the execution of his powers as a police official, it will mean that he cannot obey a manifestly illegal order.
Oh, thank you. What I wanted to, or rather what I want to understand, is whether this would go beyond SAPS. For example, an order / instruction from outside of SAPS. I'm not pushing you to say yes. I just want to understand your interpretation of the section. Does it relate? Is it an intra-SAPS provision?
My understanding or my interpretation will be if the person is to exercise a policing power, then it means he cannot exercise, irrespective of whether that instruction comes from a commander or whether it comes from anybody else who is capable of giving orders to that member.
So I think perhaps just to be clear, your response is it is not necessarily applicable only intra-SAPS.
That's correct.
But it would apply even if an instruction emanates from outside.
Yes.
But it is expected to be executed by a SAPS official as a member of the service, as contemplated in Section 1996.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Then if you can proceed in paragraph 9, you deal with Section 198.
Section 198 sets out the governing principles of national security. The police as a national security entity must reflect the resolve of South Africans to live as equals in peace and harmony, free from fear or want. Must pursue national security in compliance with the law, including international law, and must remain subject to the authority of Parliament and the National Executive.
Okay. Then your next subtopic is the constitutional mandate of SAPS, which you cover from paragraphs 10 to 17. If I can just ask you to please deal with those. Commencing from paragraph 10.
Okay. Section 205 to 208 of the Constitution sets out the constitutional mandate of the police, the control of the police, and assign political responsibility of the police service. Section 205(3) starts off with the objects of the service, and it relates specifically to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of a country and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law.
Yes.
205(2.
Sorry, before that, we know that this section you deal with it later, but it is going to be important on the aspects that you deal with in relation to the minister's instruction or directive that he issued on the 31st of December 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, we'll deal with that when we get to that section of your statement. If you can proceed with 11.2.
National legislation must establish the powers and functions of the police service and must enable the police service to discharge its responsibilities effectively, taking into account the requirement of the provinces. The SAPs must be structured to function at national, provincial, and where appropriate local.
SAFM.
Of a constitution, the Minister of Police must determine national policing policy. This he does after consulting all the provincial governments and taking into account the provincial needs and priorities of the provinces as determined by their respective executives. Section 206(2) provides that the national policing policy may make provision for different policies in respect of different provinces, after taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the respective provinces. Each province is entitled to monitor police conduct within its area of jurisdiction, oversee the effectiveness of visible policing, and liaise with the minister in respect to crime and policing of the provinces. Section 206(8) of the Constitution prescribes that a committee made up of a Minister of Police and members of the executive councils responsible for policing must be established to ensure effective coordination of the police service and effective cooperation amongst the different spheres of government. This committee is commonly referred to as MINMEC, meaning Minister of Police and MECs. The National National Commissioner appointed by the President in terms of Section 207 exercises control over and manages the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and directions of the Minister of Police.
And again, if I can just indicate here, just to highlight where you are going, this is also going to be a relevant provision when you deal with that instruction.
That is correct.
Yes, if I can then ask you to proceed from paragraph 15.
Provincial commissioners are appointed by the National Commissioner with the concurrence of a provincial executive in terms of Section 207(3) of the Constitution. The provincial commissioners are responsible for policing within their respective provinces as prescribed by legislation and are subject to the power of control and management of the National Commissioner. The Intelligence Division of the Police is part of the National Intelligence Structures Act as determined, or as is part of the National Intelligence Structures as determined and governed by the National Strategic Intelligence Act.
Yes,
and maybe I can just pause here and indicate that in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, there are specific powers assigned to the Commissioner, or the head of a division of crime intelligence. So there are certain operational powers that that specific individual, which in this case is Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalu, is empowered to exercise. The powers of crime intelligence of the police in respect of the National Strategic Intelligence Act relate specifically to the gathering and analysis of intelligence for the furtherance of the objects of the police as set out in Section 205(3), in other words, to prevent, combat and investigate crime, uphold and enforce the law. to furthermore take steps to address counterintelligence in the police. This also includes security vetting and security screening of police officials. That is a specific power assigned to the Division Crime Intelligence in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, and then furthermore to report on the intelligence gathered by the police to NICOC. NICOC is the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, where all three intelligence services are represented. In other words, SSA, military intelligence of the defense, as well as crime intelligence of the police service.
Perhaps if I can just interrupt you there before you deal with the summary that you pulled together in paragraph 17. We know that the National Commissioner, as part of his evidence, dealt with the two requests that he defined as 3 areas of contestation, where dockets that relate to intelligence were sought, or at least were requested, to be transferred to Lieutenant General Sibia, and he told the Commission that first that request was made by General Sibia himself, and then later, also when the minister took office, or at least some time thereafter, he also made a similar request. So this is a very important aspect in respect of areas that the Commission will have to determine as part of its terms of reference.
That's correct,
correct?
sir.
Sorry?
Yes, that is correct.
That's correct. Right. And then you conclude in paragraph 17 by saying, in sum, the Constitution establishes a single police service. This concept creates one unified and standardized police service across the Republic under the leadership and command of the National Commissioner. And we know that this references section 207(1) of the Constitution.
That is correct.
Then the next topic that you deal with is the South African Police Service Act, the SAPS Act. And you start from paragraph 18, and if I can ask you to commence from there.
The Police Act is the legislation contemplated in Section 199 of the Constitution that provides for national legislation must regulate the security services. In terms of the preamble of the Police Act, provision is made for the establishment, organisation, regulation and control of the police. It determines the terms of office of commissioners, the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioners in Section 7, the recruitment and appointment procedures of members in Section 28. It also sets out the powers, duties and functions of respective functionaries and members in Sections 11 to 15. It provides for the authority to issue national instructions and orders in terms of Section 25, and it provides for disciplinary proceedings in terms of Section 40.
Okay. And then you next deal with the key SAPS role players. And the first key role player there is the Minister of Police. If I can ask you to proceed from paragraph 20, and just note the date there that needs to be corrected when you deal with that paragraph.
Mr. Senzo Mkhunu was sworn in as the Minister of Police on the 3rd of July 2024. The typing error, the glaring typing error should be excused. And this is important because in terms of Section 95 of the Constitution, before a minister begins his tenure or begins to perform his functions, he must be sworn in. So that means once he's been sworn in, he is the Minister of Police. And it means that the term of office of Minister Mkhunu started on the 3rd of July last year. He swears faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution. On the 13th of July this year, Minister Mkhunu was placed on leave of absence with immediate effect, and the President appointed Professor Feroz Kachalia as the Acting Minister of Police in terms of Section 91(3)(c) of the Constitution. The powers and functions of a Minister of Police in South Africa are primarily defined by the Constitution as discussed above and in terms of the Police Act. The Minister's role is to provide political oversight and to determine national policing policy, while operational control of a police service is vested in the National Commissioner. The Minister's key powers and functions involve the following. The Minister is responsible to formulate national policing policy in consultation with the provincial governments. This ensures an overall strategic direction of a police. This ensures that the overall strategic direction of a police service is aligned to national priorities in accordance with Section 206 of the Constitution. And in this regard, it should be noted that the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service has drafted various policy documents for approval by the Minister. It includes, for example, a policy on the reduction of barriers in the reporting of sexual offences and domestic violence. This policy aims, inter alia, to strengthen efforts to prevent and deter sexual offences and domestic violence by broadening and deepening the collection of information about such crimes and to increase the access of victims to justice by reducing barriers to the reporting of sexual offences and domestic violence. A policy, once approved by the Minister, will require the National Commissioner to take steps for implementation and operationalisation. It should further be noted that the national policing policy, as envisaged in Section 207(2), was only approved in Parliament, in Cabinet in July of this year.
Now, can I ask you,
General, please pause there for a moment. Okay. The policies you refer to in paragraph 22.1, do you have sight of them before they go to the Minister for approval? What happens after the Civilian Secretariat has drafted those policies?
Part of the drafting process involves consultation. So even in the deliberations of a policy, the police will be roped in, so that we also deal with policing aspects, because it's no use to issue a policy that's not implementable and practical for the police service. So once the Civilian Secretariat has completed the draft document, it will be submitted to the Minister for his approval. Once it has been approved, it will be submitted to the National Commissioner with an official letter indicating that this has now been approved and the implementation plans should be drafted to ensure the effective implementation of a policy.
In the last sentence of paragraph 22.1, you indicate that it should be noted that the national policing policy was only approved by Cabinet in July 2025. Can I please ask you to indicate what was the position in respect of the national policing policy before that date? Was there one in existence?
No, this is the first national policing policy that was approved since the inception of the Constitution. There were strategies previously, for example, the Crime Prevention Strategy of 1996, but this is the first national policing policy that was approved and is currently being implemented.
I suppose the Commission will hear more about the instruction that was then given on the 31st of December 2024 under the guise of a policy direction.
Yes. Chair, if I maybe can just, for the benefit of the Commission, just indicate that the national policing policy, the one that was approved in July, indicates 4 policy areas, and it's high-level areas. It relates, first of all, to effective policing. The second area, and there's a number of recommendations, but it just indicates the strategic level of a document. The second one relates to service delivery. The third one relates to community involvement and the need to have participation of a community in respect of matters relating to police. And the fourth one deals with ethical and strong leadership in the department. So those are the 4 pillars or policy areas specifically addressed in the national policing policy.
Yes. What exactly does service delivery deal with or relate to?
There's a number of issues. For example, the treatment of complainants and the need to consider their privacy and to make sure that there's feedback given to a complainant once a case has been reported. It also deals with effectiveness in the gathering of evidence and the analysis of evidence during an investigation. So it basically deals with the delivery of policing services, whether it relates to crime prevention and our engagement with schools and other entities in respect of crime prevention, or whether it deals with the effectiveness of detectives and the manner in which investigations are conducted, including matters such as the analysis of forensic services, the DNA, the ballistics, and how the services in that regard can be addressed to ensure improvement and promotion of effective policing.
Thank you, Mr. Mdau. General, in the absence of national policing policy, which you say was approved by Cabinet only now in 2025, what has guided the police in the everyday operations or work that they do?
Keep in mind, Commissioner, that this relates specifically to the role of a minister. And certain policies, such as the one on the reporting of, or the removing of barriers in the reporting of domestic violence and sexual offences, was a policy. It was simply not the national police policy or policing policy. And there's been other policies as well as the white papers on safety and security and the white paper on policing that were approved in 2016. But apart from that, our internal directives relate to national instructions, circulars, SOPs that are approved by the National Commissioner, and in the case of SOPs by the relevant divisional commissioner, to ensure effective policing and also to address policing needs. But those are the internal policies of the police to deal with policing matters.
You said somewhere in your response that there were other policies as well. I hope I heard you correctly.
That is correct.
What were those other policies?
As I indicated, there was a crime prevention strategy of 1996. That was a strategy issued by the Minister of Police. There's other policies relating to the use of force by the Minister that was prepared by the Civilian Secretariat, and also policies relating to community policing structures. So there were policies, but relating specifically to a aspect or a topic. The national policing policy cuts across policing in a more general and generic manner.
The one about strategic something, what exactly was that one about?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get the first part.
The title or name of one of those has strategic in it. So I'm asking what that one addressed or addresses.
It was the crime prevention strategy. So it wasn't called a policy, it was a strategy. But it related to policy and direction in respect of crime prevention matters.
And would that not relate to the area of function of the PKTT? Because sitting where I am, I consider that to have everything to do with crime prevention, or is it about detection only?
The PKTT is an operational unit dealing with the investigation of crime. So the ripple effect will be to prevent crime once a perpetrator has been arrested and weapons have been seized. In other words, to prevent the further commission of crime. But their primarily responsibility is to investigate and resolve crimes that have already been reported to the police.
Or perhaps more directly then, would this policy that you and I are discussing not be applicable at all to the area of function of the PKTT?
Not really, Chair. It relates more to what we can call uniform police officials. In other words, the frontline services of policing.
Thank you. Is it not best, I do not know how thick those documents are, but is it not best perhaps that we should have sight of these policies?
No problem. We can make it available to the evidence leader.
Thank you. Thank you.
General, if the crime prevention strategy, you say in 1996, now we've had evidence that crime over time, criminal conduct over time, has taken different shapes. Now we are speaking of syndicates, now we are talking about illegal mining and different sorts of crimes. On the face of it, and unless you say over time since 1996, there's a revision of the strategy to deal with new things, new forms of criminal conduct. On the face of it, a 1996 strategy, if it remained that, it doesn't seem like it responds to new ways of crime. What mechanism has been in place or is in place to deal with the new manifestations of different forms of crime?
Commissioner, I agree.
What has brought us here, for example,
Yes,
we speak
yes.
about criminal syndicates.
Yes, I completely agree with you. If we consider the world that we lived in 1996 in comparison to 2025, very little has stayed the same, and the same applies in respect of crime. Crime is a ever-evolving scourge. And even the priorities, as you mentioned, illegal mining, even cyber crimes, were things that nobody contemplated in the era pre-2000. What we in the police are doing is there's numerous regulatory frameworks that we have. For example, national instructions, and national instructions will deal with general matters. For example, we have national instructions relating specifically to legislation, such as the domestic violence national instruction on children in conflict with the law to address the police's responsibilities in terms of the Child Justice Act, instructions on sexual offences dealing with the Criminal Law and Related Matters Amendment Act, and police procedures. So they are based on legislation, but it also addresses the internal processes. In other words, what official forms will be utilized? What are the time frames that we require police officials to attend to certain matters? What are the reporting mechanisms included in the police? Then apart from that, we've got national instructions on operational matters, such as case management. In other words, when a case is reported, what are the time frames? What happens to the docket when it's opened? How do you complete the docket? How do you update the system with events as they unfold in your investigation? In addition to that, we've got SOPs. For example, standing operating procedures are not issued by the National Commissioner. National instructions are. If I can just park SOPs for a moment, also what we have in the police is the Constitutional Court makes a ruling today that renders a specific provision relating to policing unconstitutional, which means there must be immediate action from the police's side to ensure that police officials take note and immediately implement the ruling of the court. On matters relating to cannabis, for example. So in that regard, there's no time for a national instruction because that's quite a comprehensive process. And we will deal with amendments in terms of court rulings by means of a circular. It's a shorter process. It's still approved by the National Commissioner, so it's an instruction from the National Commissioner, and every police official has to comply with that instruction. Then when we get to provincial commissioners, they can issue provincial orders and instructions specifically relating to their province, as long as it is not in contravention with a national instruction or an instruction by the National Commissioner. Then we've got SOPs. SOPs are more action steps, They can be supported, or they can be in support of a national instruction dealing with more nitty-gritties on a specific aspect. For example, in visible policing, there's SOPs relating to firearms, specific the issuing of permits, dealing with firearms in the seized estates and things like that. That's supported by the Firearms Control Act. And then we also have in our operational structures, such as the NAT joints, operational instructions that can be issued. And specifically, in the NAT joints, we have priority committees. For example, a priority committee dealing with illegal mining. And that NAT joints will issue NAT joints instructions. And that is coordinated. The NAT joints is chaired by the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing, Lieutenant General Musikidi, and co-chaired by the SSA and the Defence. NAT joints instructions will be instructions that coordinate the operations between those departments. In other words, it's not only an instruction issued by the police for other departments, but it's signed by the co-chairs as well to ensure that it cuts across different departments to deal with specific aspects. For example, the illegal mining. Even during COVID, there were a number of NAT joints instructions issued to deal with COVID during that time. So there's different levels of instructions that may be issued, and it doesn't depend on the directives of the minister, because after all, the police has to operate continuously and deal with emerging threats and trends in policing, and we have to make a plan on how to deal with them.
Just for your comment, because further on you do deal with deficiencies and you will be making suggestions. The crime prevention strategy 1996, as you, from your experience and as you sit there, you consider it continues to remain adequate, or in the light of this just immediate past discussion that we've had now? Does it remain adequate and relevant? Is it something that does require revision, reconsideration? What's your comment on that? And I ask the question without having any insight into what that strategy is and, in fact, what it deals with.
Commissioner, it's definitely required to be updated in view of current policing threats and challenges. But I do believe that the national policing policy actually addresses a number of issues that should have been updated in the meantime. So in that regard, it's not a document that should be seen in isolation. It deals with directives and policies issued by the minister.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Proceeding to still deal with the minister's key powers and functions, if I can ask you to proceed from paragraph 22.2.
The minister is the cabinet member responsible for policing and oversees the Department of Police. The National Commissioner reports directly to the minister in terms of Section 207 of the Constitution. The minister also has the authority to make regulations on a wide range of matters to ensure the proper implementation and administration of the Police Act. And this is provided for in Section 24 of the Police Act. The minister has, for example, issued regulations on matters such as discipline, employment, municipal police service, and reservist, just to mention a few. In addition, several key entities report to the minister. Their functions are regulated by separate legislation, but the minister provides overall strategic direction and oversight. These departments and entities are as follows. The Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, they are responsible...
that's CSPS?
CSPS, yes.
Okay.
They conduct civilian oversight of the police and provides policy and strategic support to the minister. They are also responsible to give strategic advice to the minister in respect of the development and implementation of policies. It also monitors the performance and compliance of the police with policy directives and monitors the performance of the police service and regularly assess the extent to which the police service has adequate policies and effective systems, and they can make recommendations for corrective measures. The second department, apart from the Civilian Secretariat, is the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, commonly referred to as IPID. They are an independent body that investigates serious crime and misconduct committed by members of the police and municipal police service. The Minister plays a role in the appointment and suspension of its leadership. So it's important, Chair, to take note that in the Ministry of Police there are 3 departments: the South African Police Service, the Civilian Secretariat of Police, and the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Separate departments, separate Director Generals, separate budgets. But in addition to the departments, there's also the entity reporting to the Minister, and that is the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA. They are responsible to regulate private security industry under the Minister's purview. Finally, in respect of cooperative governance at provincial level, the Minister must consult with provincial governments when developing national policing policy, to take into account the specific policing needs and priorities of each province. And as I've indicated earlier, the Minister chairs the MINMEC committee that consists of the Minister and the members of the Executive Councils responsible for policing. This committee facilitates cooperation and coordination between the national and provincial spheres of government.
All right, can I just ask you, as you are about to deal with paragraph 26, you start that paragraph in your first sentence by stating that the need for clarity on the role of the Minister has repeatedly been raised as a concern. So as you deal with that paragraph, if I can just ask you to perhaps give examples where this issue has arisen, because you say it arose repeatedly. So if you can please proceed to deal with paragraph 26, bearing that request in mind.
The need to clarify the role of the Minister has repeatedly been raised as a concern. It appears that there are different interpretations to words given or words contained in Section 207 of the Constitution that requires the National Commissioner to exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the Cabinet member responsible for policing. According to the Oxford Dictionary, policy refers to a course or principle of action adopted or proposed by government to achieve a particular goal, often outlined in written form or as a clear guideline for conduct. Chair, this relates specifically to the question whether the letter of the Minister on the 31st of December 2024 was a direction given in terms of Section 207 and whether that fell within the purview of the Minister to give that direction. So policy is clearly something that is proposed to further government goals, and it's often outlined in written form. And I believe in view of our discussion on the national policing policy, we all have a better idea of what it entails and also the strategic level of matters that are addressed in that policy as an indication of government's goals and aims.
But if I can just ask you to stop there perhaps. You recall the National Commissioner said he reached out to the President. The President said he'll talk to the Minister. And then in one of those meetings where this issue was discussed, the National Commissioner says the President is in agreement with the disbandment of the PKTT, and therefore, by extension, the President was in agreement with that instruction that was issued. Does that make any difference in relation to your definition as you've referred to as policy?
Government's policy does not only relate to the decision or view of a president and a minister, and this is even more pertinent in view of our current government of national unity. So it cannot be proposed that even if it was discussed with the president, it has now become government's policy or government's intention to dissolve the PKTT.
All right. I understand your answer. Please proceed. This appears
to be aligned to the requirement that the national policing policy requires consultation with provinces to ensure a course of action to achieve a particular goal, in this case to address policing needs and priorities. This is furthermore consistent with the policies already drafted and issued by the Minister of Police, which were written documents and aligned to government priorities, with the aim to provide medium to long-term strategic course of action. In contrast, a direction is identified in the Oxford Dictionary as a position towards which a person moves or points, and refers to guidance or supervision. A direction does not require to be in writing and may also include verbal instructions. It appears to be focused more on immediate or short-term action.
Just on that, General, was the disbandment instruction a direction as envisaged in Section 2072 of the Constitution? If not, why? I am aware that from paragraph 93 onwards, you do deal with the question whether the disbandment instruction was a policy or an operational matter. You do not deal, however, with the question of a direction. That is from 93 onwards. Hence my question.
Okay.
So was the instruction a direction or not? And why not?
Chair, clearly it was an instruction by the minister. It also contained the word, I believe repeatedly, direct. The question is, was it a lawful instruction or direction, in the sense, did the minister have the power to direct or command the closure of a task team that was investigating crimes? And in my view, he did not have that authority, because it relates to the operations, investigating cases, and the operations of the police. In other words, the execution of the police's mandate in terms of Section 205(3). If we say the National Commissioner is responsible to manage and control the police service, that must be linked to manage and control the police service in the execution of its constitutional mandate. And the decision of a minister to close a political task team that was responsible for the investigation of crime, in my view, fell outside the mandate or authority of the minister.
So in short, what may be purporting to be a Section 2072 direction cannot be such a direction if it has strayed onto operational matters.
I agree with that submission, or with that explanation, Chair.
Well, if I can just come in, it's not even a question of agreeing. I think the Chair is simply paraphrasing your statement and the proposition that you put.
Okay.
I
confirm.
Yes. I think lest the Chair be misunderstood to say
Thank you
he put a particular suggestion. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Mdau.
Yes.
General, two questions from me. One about directions. What would constitute a direction that does not offend, a direction from the minister that does not offend the constitutional structure?
Commissioner, in my view, especially if you consider public engagement, such as in BIZOs, will be a place where the minister engaged with the community. And if a minister, for example, during such an engagement with a community finds out that there's unhappiness, for example, in the Western Cape with gangsterism, and the minister tells the National Commissioner, you have to do something about gangsterism, that would be a direction. In my view, it will be a positive direction coming from the evaluation of complaints or engagements that the minister had, and this can be with the community or it can be with the politicians in the province. And that direction is based on what he was told by members of a community or members of the executive in the province, identifying a specific area of concern or where there's a problem, and simply telling the National Commissioner, you must do something about this, or attend to this, look into this. As I said, gangsterism, I believe, will be an example that all of us can identify with.
Okay, so not the how.
Not the how, no. Okay. And I would also be careful to say that the minister can close things. In other words, that can have an impact on policing. So if he makes a positive suggestion or a positive guidance to say, look, or what can you do about this? But to close something may have a ripple effect that is not something that is anticipated by a politician when that decision is taken, simply because he's not, he cannot be expected to be aware of all the intricacies of policing and how one decision can impact on a number of other aspects of policing.
And the second part, in your paragraph 26, that opening sentence where you say the need for clarity on the role of minister has repeatedly, with emphasis on repeatedly, been raised as a concern. This, I don't know if this is the intention that you sought to convey, but it suggests this is not a once-off, the case that we're dealing with now, or the facts that we're dealing with now. It's not a once-off thing. There's been concerns. If you like, systemic concerns about the role of the minister. Is that what you're seeking to convey there? And if you do, if that's what you're seeking to convey, what are the specifics?
Commissioner, to be honest with you, I think it was more within the context of the last couple of months that we've been consistently working and attending to the issue of the closing of the task team and the implications thereof. So there wasn't any strange intention to include the word. I think it's just something that is constantly part of our daily operations. And I believe the implications of that letter and the fact that we are sitting here today indicates the need or amplifies the need for clarity, not only for the benefit of the organization, but also for the benefit of the executive, to ensure that there's a clear line to stay away from in respect of both the National Commissioner and the Minister, but also for the organization as a whole.
Your answer suggests that until recently, the recent incidents with past ministers, there's not been the kind of concern about the roles of the minister.
Well, the role of a minister has previously been highlighted, not only in the police, but in the Africa report on the July 2021 unrest, and the fact that the report or the commission held that there was an overstep of boundaries in the roles of the ministers during the policing of or steps taken to address the unrest. So it's not something that is completely new, and it's also not something that's only been identified in the police. It has been identified in other commissions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Madoi. In your interactions with the commissioners, you indicated that your misgivings relate to the how part. Can I ask you to perhaps complete that by dealing with whether can a minister, even assuming that his letter constitute giving direction as contemplated by Section 207, could he competently direct the when aspect?
No, he
as opposed to
cannot.
the how. In other words, when.
No, he cannot, because once again it will have operational implications. The whole issue of the continuation of investigations. Let me give a very simple example. That court case that was supposed to be heard on the first working day in January, what should have been done with that case? Should the investigator have simply withdrawn and say, I'm not involved in this investigation anymore? If there was a bail application, should the investigator say, I'm no longer authorized to, as a member of the political task team, to attend to this matter so that there's no one in court to oppose or to assist the prosecutor in opposing bail? So the practical implications of that, in other words, the immediately and also the how, is definitely problematic, and it shouldn't be left to the executive in view of the implications that it will have on policing.
But surely that would depend on the nature of that which has to be done. I know something like acts of torture, for example, are addressed as a matter of law elsewhere. But if despite the existence of such law, the minister is of the view that torture is committed by the police, what would be wrong if the minister were to say, I am issuing this direction and I am saying this must stop immediately? I'm just giving that as one example to make the point that surely it would depend on what the direction is about, and you cannot in a blanket manner say that it can never be immediate when it's issuing from the minister.
Chair, I agree, but in your example, torture is already an offence, so the minister cannot...
That's exactly why I preface what I say by saying, with torture, there's already law about it.
Yes.
I would imagine that, put it this way, one cannot discount the possibility that there may be any number of other examples that may require immediate action, which may not necessarily mean that that becomes unlawful purely because the minister says this must happen immediately. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I agree, but even in those circumstances where an immediate action is required, the decision must be rational, and rational requires it must have a lawful basis, and also it cannot be arbitrary. And I believe
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. That's something else altogether. I'm just making the simple point that surely it should depend on the nature of the direction being given. Yes, of course, whether or not it's lawful, it would have to comply with the law, including the Constitution. You are touching on irrationality. That's something that would be unconstitutional in terms of the Constitution. But that doesn't address the debate you and I are having now, which is that surely it may depend on the nature of the direction, and depending on that nature, in certain instances, the minister can be able rationally and lawfully to say this must be done immediately. This must stop immediately. Surely you cannot discount those possibilities. Otherwise, I'm not taking away from your point, but I'm just saying that you should not make the point so categorically as to discount those possibilities.
Chair, I agree. Circumstances may dictate that immediate action is required.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Mr. Mtawi, just last one for me, just to make sure I understand. General, if the minister had said, and let's come specifically to the PKTT instruction, if the minister had said to the National Commissioner, I want the political killings, the political killings that are the focus of the PKTT, to now no longer be a priority in the list of priorities, no longer be your priority. Here's a new priority that I want you to focus on. If that's what he had said about the PKTT, would that offend the separation of policy and operation? Would you complain if the minister had said that?
Chair, in taking the cue from Commissioner, in taking the cue from the chair, I believe there may be circumstances where that is required. However, I also want to be careful to say that will also be always the case. But I fully understand there may be circumstances. Let's say there's a huge explosion tonight and a city is completely obliterated. Then the minister may say, don't attend to this, immediately go there and attend to that matter in view of the urgency of the matter, to simplify your example. So that may in circumstances be required. But I am hesitant also to say that will always be the case. I think we need to consider the circumstances of a specific incident.
Thanks. And I think moving from that part, that there can never be a general blanket exclusion, that there may be circumstances where a minister may competently issue directives or give direction by way of policy. If I could then ask you to move from that point and continue with paragraph 28 of your statement.
While neither Chapter 11 of the Constitution nor the SAPS Act provides for clear guidance on the ambit or scope of a policy or directives that the minister may issue, it is important to note that Section 85 of the Constitution deals with the executive authority of the Republic. Section 85(2) provides that the President exercises the executive authority together with other members of Cabinet by implementing national legislation except where the Constitution or an Act of Parliament provides otherwise, by developing and implementing national policy, by coordinating the functions of state departments and administrations, by preparing and initiating legislation, and by performing any other executive function provided for in the Constitution or national legislation. Section 92 of the Constitution provides that members of the Cabinet are accountable collectively and individually to Parliament for the exercise of their powers and the performance of their functions, and must act in accordance with the Constitution and provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control.
And then you proceed in paragraph 31 to conclude by providing your views, subject to the qualification that you stipulate therein. If I can just ask you to deal with that.
In my view, which I offer purely for purposes of assistance, while I note that the issue relating to the proper implementation is reserved for the commissioners.
Interpretation.
Relating to the proper interpretation is reserved for the commissioners. The role of a minister, according to me, is therefore to provide national direction on a strategic level in accordance with government policy.
And the next key role player within SAPS that you deal with is the National Commissioner, and you commence with that from paragraph 32.
In March 2022, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed Lieutenant General Fani Masimola as the National Commissioner of the Police.
And he thereby became a full general.
That is correct, sir. Section 11 of the Police Act details the responsibility.
Chair, I'm not sure whether can we use the English expression that he was then generalized with effect from that.
He was actually specialized by becoming.
Thank you. Yes, please proceed from paragraph 33.
Section 11 of the Police Service Act details the responsibilities and powers of a National Commissioner in managing and controlling the police service, including developing annual policing plans, determining the police's structure and numbering of posts, distributing its members, and maintaining training and operational institutions. The Police Act was amended by the South African Police Service Amendment Act in 2012, which clarified that the National Commissioner exercises control in accordance with the Constitution. I particularly highlight the following features as alluded to in the affidavit of a National Commissioner. And if I recall correctly, this was a matter raised by Commissioner Kumalu during the testimony of a National Commissioner. The National Commissioner holds the ultimate authority to control and manage the entire police service in accordance with the national policing policy and directives from the Minister of Police. And this is provided for in Section 207 of the Constitution. The National Commissioner ensures the police fulfills its constitutional mandate, which includes preventing, combating and investigating crime, maintaining public order, protecting people and their property, and upholding and enforcing the law.
General, in 34.1, when you say holds the ultimate authority to control and manage the entire police service, would that include the deputy national commissioners?
Yes, indeed, sir.
And when you deal with this evidence, can you also deal with their role as well? Because I see that after this section, you go to the provincial commissioners, but you don't say a lot about the deputies.
Okay.
And that is important in the context of the allegations made against General Sibia.
Okay.
And what authority he had to do certain things.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner, do you want me to deal with it now, or can I go through the key responsibilities?
You can go through them and then deal with it afterwards.
Okay. The National Commissioner is also, yes, I dealt with the constitutional mandate, strategic leadership. The National Commissioner is responsible to maintain an impartial, accountable, transparent and efficient police service in accordance with Section 25 of the Police Act. The recruitment, appointment, promotion, transfer and discipline of employees of the police service, including the appointment of provincial commissioners. And these matters are addressed in Chapter 9 of the Police Act, Section 207(3) of the Constitution on the appointment of provincial commissioners, Section 8 of the Police Act on the loss of confidence in a provincial commissioner, as well as in the South African Police Service discipline regulations, dealing with discipline matters of employees of the SAPS, except where specific provision is otherwise made in the Police Act, and Chapter 4 of the South African Police Service employment regulations. Yes. The National Commissioner is also responsible to ensure the provision of vital services such as crime intelligence, criminal records, crime statistics, and forensic laboratory services. This is contained in Section 218 of the Constitution of South Africa, the interim Constitution of 1993. And that provision has been retained in accordance with Item 24 of Schedule 6 of the 96 Constitution, the transitional arrangements.
And you've headed that operational support.
Yes.
Please read your headings as well.
Yes. Sorry, Chair.
I'm saying you did not read under 34.5. You did not read operational support, which is I don't know whether you call it. Whether you call the lead.
Yeah, the lead.
Yes, the lead to what you read.
Okay.
For the record, I think we do need that, yeah.
Okay.
Like, for instance, 34.3, strategic leadership. And then
my
34.4, personnel management. And then you go into what you have and so on.
Can I continue from 34.6 with the correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
The National Commissioner is responsible for internal security, the maintenance of internal security of a nation in accordance with Section 2181C of the interim Constitution, as well as international cooperation, international police liaison to facilitate cooperation and information exchange in accordance with Section 2181E of the interim Constitution. The National Commissioner reports, its reporting structure relates to the direct reporting to the Minister of Police as the executive authority responsible for policing in terms of Section 206 of the Constitution, and the President as the authority who appoints the National Commissioner in accordance with Section 207 of the Constitution. In this regard, it should also be mentioned that the employment contract of a National Commissioner is concluded with the President in terms of the police employment regulations, and the President is responsible to deal with the loss of confidence in the National Commissioner in accordance with Section 8 of the Police Act. The National Commissioner also accounts to various institutions such as Parliament in accordance with Section 55(2) of the Constitution, and various other legislative oversight bodies, including Chapter 9 institutions, in accordance with their respective mandates as set out in legislation.
Yes, then can I request from paragraph 35, you say, in addition, I believe it will be prudent to highlight certain specific powers of the National Commissioner. If you could deal with 35.1 until 35.6, and perhaps thereafter address the question that is raised by Commissioner Khumalo, that of the Deputy National Commissioners,
Okay.
before you deal with your concluding 2 paragraphs thereafter. Please proceed from 35.1, strategic planning.
Thank you, Chair. Strategic planning, the National Commissioner develops a plan at the end of each financial year outlining policing priorities and objectives for the following year. And this is provided for in Section 11(2)(a) of the Police Act. In addition, the National Commissioner is responsible to structure the service. He determines the fixed establishment of the police and the number and grading of posts within the organization, as provided for in Section 11(2)(b) of the Police Act. The allocation or distribution of resources is another responsibility, and he decides on the distribution of the services numerical strength after consultation with the board. This refers to the Board of Commissioners as contemplated in Section 10 of the Police Act. Organizational setup, the National Commissioner organizes and reorganizes the police service at national level into various components, units and groups. For example, the National Commissioner can decide to organize and arrange certain divisions together. Like currently we have one division called Visible Policing and Operations, and it used to be Visible Policing and Operational Policing separately. So we can arrange and rearrange. And this also means in respect of crime intelligence, the National Commissioner can decide how he wants crime intelligence to be structured as part of the broader structure on national level. The National Commissioner is also responsible for institutional development. He establishes and maintains training institutions for the training of students, in other words, new recruits, and members, in other words, in-service training of existing members. And this is authorized in terms of Section 11(2)(e) of the Police Act. Then finally, the maintenance of institutions. The National Commissioner establishes and maintains institutions necessary for the service's overall management and maintenance, such as bureaus, depots, workshops, and other facilities.
Then if I could ask you to pause there. If you go to page 20 of your statement, you provide a pictorial depiction of the top management structure within SEPS, and part of the positions that you depict therein relate to the Deputy National Commissioners. If I could then ask you, by way of interposing your evidence, to deal with the Deputy National Commissioners and what do they do and what are they responsible for?
Okay. The Deputy National Commissioners, there are currently 3 Deputy National Commissioners. They are in terms of Regulation 8 of the South African Police Regulations, in order of precedent, directly below the National Commissioner. The organization currently provides for a Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing, In general terms, that means police officials that wear uniform. That relates to General Mosekiri's responsibility. That would, for example, be visible policing. It will be frontline police officials who work at police stations, attend to complaints. It will also be border policing units, in other words, wearing uniform. The Special Task Force, National Intervention Unit, and Public Order Policing, typical police officials that you see in uniform, reports through the relevant structures to the Deputy National Commissioner for Policing. Then the second Deputy National Commissioner is crime detection. That is General Sibiya's environment. That deals more with the investigating part. So that will be the detectives, forensic services, it will be protection and security services, as well as crime intelligence reporting to that Deputy National Commissioner. So General Mosekiri dealing with the crime prevention part and General Sibiya with the investigating part of a mandate of a police. And then the third Deputy National Commissioner is responsible for support services, and that Deputy National Commissioner deals with the support environments. For example, human resource management, human resource development, which is the training part of the police, also responsible for legal services, supply chain, and technology management services. In other words, all the support services to enable the frontline police operational environments to execute their functions effectively.
Now, do the Deputy National Commissioners account to or report to the Minister?
No, the Deputy National Commissioners report to the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner reports, as the head of department, reports to the Minister.
Can the Deputy National Commissioners say, once a minister has issued a directive, we are obliged to A, comply with it, B, implement it, notwithstanding what the National Commissioner says?
No, the Deputy National Commissioner does not have that power. And I am reminding you, Commissioner, that Section 199(6) of the Constitution says no member of a security services may comply with a manifestly illegal order. So the fact that it came from the minister and it didn't fall within the purview of a minister to give that order is already problematic. The correct approach would have been to report it to the National Commissioner and to say, I've received this order from the minister and I'm reporting it to you to give direction on how to deal with the matter.
You do deal with this issue later on in your statement when you deal with bypassing.
That is correct,
yes,
sir.
If I could just take you back to your statement. Let's proceed from page 16, paragraphs 36 and 37.
At this juncture, I pause to note that clear constitutional distinction exists between the political responsibility of a minister and the operational control of a national commissioner. The minister focuses on policy, governance, and political accountability, whereas the National Commissioner controls and manages the day-to-day operations of a police service in accordance with the Minister's policy directives. This structure...
Sorry, General. I may be mistaken. I think you are using the term policy directives for the first time. Perhaps Advocate Siegels Ncube could help us with the word search, control, find, and see if it does appear before now. But let me continue so long. By directives, are you referring to the same thing as directions, which is the word referred to in section 2072, or is your idea of directives something different?
Chair, my idea is, as I explained the directives earlier in my testimony.
I'm asking a direct question. Is that the same thing as a Section 2072 direction, or is it something different?
That is the same thing, in my understanding, yes.
All right. Now, you seem to collapse what appear to be two concepts, collapse into one, what appear to be two concepts in Section 2072. Section 2072 refers to policy and directions. The very fact that the Constitution puts them like that suggests that they are separate concepts. I do not know, perhaps through an interpretative exercise, one could say there isn't really a difference. I don't know. But the Constitution says policy and directions, and you've suddenly collapsed them into one. Policy directions. In fact, you simply use policy now as an adjective, qualifying the noun directions, so that what for you appears to be the most important concept is directions.
Yeah.
So policy is merely adjectival, whereas the two appear to be two separate concepts. Do you want to please comment on that?
Chair, I concede. You are correct. The policies, as I explained, are more long-term written documents. It gives the goal, the government's goal, to achieve certain objectives, albeit in the national policing policy, or the example that I utilized to remove barriers in the reporting of certain offences. And it aims the implementation by the police of long-term goals. These are not things that can be achieved overnight, but it is constant goals that should be entrenched in the police, in its operations, working towards that goal and ultimately achieving it. That would be my understanding of policy. Whereas directions are more short-term, immediate action. As I indicated, it can be written or verbal. What are you doing about gangsterism? I need a report, or I need you to do something about this. And in that regard, my statement may unnecessarily have caused confusion, for which I apologize.
No problem at all, General. I've actually also been exercising my mind over what these mean. I know General Masemula did give his interpretation. You have given your interpretation as well. And when you were engaged by my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, and you gave an example of what you understand to be a direction as envisaged in Section 2072. I was interrogating within my mind the question whether, for example, the example you gave cannot actually also be policy. For example, if the minister says we should no longer prioritize such a crime, or we must prioritize such a crime, it's very difficult for me to say that's not policy. It's only a direction. It seems to me it may actually be both policy and a direction. I'm just stating that to say that this is an issue that raises serious interpretation issues. Yes. I'll leave it at that. I won't ask you to comment. Thank you, Advocate Mutau.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just conclude by pulling 36 and 37 together, okay. And then with the leave of the Chair and the Commissioners, it's almost tea time.
Chair, in conclusion, this structure is intended to ensure political accountability, but insulating the police operations from undue political interference. And I think that is ultimate, the goal of getting that line right, to ensure that there's accountability, but not interference in policing.
Okay.
Thank you. Perhaps we should adjourn at this point and resume at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Top stories at 11. A third witness testifies in the Madlanga Commission and Palestinian president to address UN General Assembly. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good morning. The third witness testifying in the Madlanga Commission, Major General Petronella van Rooyen from the police service, has told the inquiry that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had no authority to disband the political killings task team. Van Rooyen, who is the head of governance, legislation and policy at the Legal Service Division at SAPS, says the disbandment of the PKTT fell outside Mchunu's mandate. This as the PKTT has been at the center of the Madlanga Commission, which is looking into corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. Van Rooyen is testifying on the legislative framework governing African Police Service at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria.
The Minister's key powers and functions involve the following. The Minister is responsible to formulate national policing policy in consultation with the provincial governments. This ensures an overall strategic direction of a police. This ensures that the overall strategic direction of a police service is aligned to national priorities in accordance with Section 206 of the Constitution.
The Gauteng Transport Department is cracking down on lawlessness in the taxi industry, removing dozens of unroadworthy minibuses from the road and finding hundreds of drivers without operating licenses. A further 184 minibus drivers were found operating without valid driver's licenses. The operation comes amid a deadly wave of taxi violence that has seen killings surge across the province. Provincial Transport spokesperson Lesiba Mpia says over 2,800 infringement notices have been issued to vehicles due to defects and licensing offences.
MEC for Roads and Transport, MEC Kidibonidia Tlabela, has raised serious concerns about this dangerous development and has been raising this with the taxi industry leadership to assist in rooting out this practice. It is unacceptable and puts other road users in danger.
The Western Cape Department of Mobility says they are continuing to monitor 6 closed taxi routes in the Somerset West area. The 30-day route closures are between Mfuleni, Somerset West, Khayelitsha, Nomzamo and Lwandle. The closures came into effect following the killing of at least 8 people in shooting incidents. Department spokesperson Munira Ali says there have been no incidents of violence reported over the past week. She says they have, however, added additional buses on the routes due to an increase in commuters. The National Liquor Traders Council says a sustainable solution is needed to address the rise in substance abuse among youth, which does not include banning alcohol advertising. The remarks follow concerns raised by the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who highlighted that substance abuse not only harms young lives but also contributes to unemployment and crime. Critics believe that alcohol advertising plays a significant role in promoting alcohol consumption among young people. NLTC convener Lucky Dimane says banning alcohol advertising is a short-sighted approach to the issue.
We are also saying that we highlighted the issue around unemployment, that yes, indeed, as much as the alcohol abuse and also drug abuse will contribute to unemployment, but if you ban the advertising of alcohol, you are also perpetuating unemployment in our country, where the economy is growing at less than 1% on an annual basis, where 37% of black people in the country are unemployed, where 3 million graduates in our country are unemployed. So we need to find a sustainable way which will address our issues, but also maintain or even sustain the issue of job creation in our country.
The Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas is to address the UN General Assembly via video link after U.S. officials expressed optimism about a new American ceasefire and post-war plan for Gaza. The U.S. has also barred Abbas and his senior aides from traveling to New York, where the General Assembly is taking place. The BBC's Yolandi Nell has the details.
The US rejects Western countries recognizing Palestinian statehood, and in an unusual step last month, it blocked President Abbas and his senior aides from traveling to New York for the annual gathering of world leaders. The veteran Palestinian leader will now give his address by video message. In the past day, both the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff have expressed hope that a new 21-point American plan for ending the Gaza war could lead to a breakthrough. President Trump put the proposal to Arab leaders on Tuesday. Reports say it would see Hamas disarmed and an international stabilization force sent to Gaza.
Recapping the top story, the third witness testifying in the Madlanga Commission, Major General Petronella van Rooyen from the police service, has told the inquiry that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had no authority to disband the political killings task team. I'm on Delambana for SFM News.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates will rise, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The Buccaneers are chasing for nothing but victory as Godini. But Southern African neighbors, the Stars, believe they will shine away from home. This is the first preliminary round of the CAF Champions League. Catch the second leg match between Orlando Pirates and Diodi FC on Saturday 27 September at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. On the issue of the Patriotic Alliance threatening to leave the GNU, the question that I have, I wonder, will the GNU be able to continue without the PA? And the answer is yes. And if that's the case, I wonder if the ANC will be able to treat the PA the way that they did when the DA threatened to leave. They negotiated with them to stay. But I think the ANC or the GNU partners, they need to really send a message, especially to these Molanyana parties, that they are not going to tolerate nonsense. They need to expel this PA from the GNU. Just to send a message, we can't be having a small party holding the entire government into ransom, especially by defending someone who is a bit questionable, their deputy president. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks for those reflections. It's 8 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of The Talking Point. You're talking, of course, about that issue relating to the Patriotic Alliance over the weekend, which confirmed that it's now prepared to withdraw from the GNU if several of its demands are not met. And one wonders just, what is the future of this GNU? I wonder if the throwing in of Helen Zille, her name in the hat for the position of Joburg Mayor, had anything to do with the PA's decision. Does it have also anything to do with the ongoing commission of inquiry? Given the kind of characters and names which have come up, who we know are still likely to come up even further. So, yeah, that's absolutely going to be an interesting one to continue keeping a close eye on. So, we're continuing with evidence from the Madlanga Commission from Major General Petronella van Rooyen. She's the head of Governance, Legislation and Policy at the Legal Services Division within the SAPS. And she's giving expert testimony this morning as somebody who deals with the SAPS's legislative aspects, and she's being led by Advocate Terry Motau, Senior Counsel, in as far as the evidence leadership is concerned there. Now, her testimony, I think, is absolutely crucial in helping us as members of the public begin to understand what is the legislative framework that governs how the commissioner, his deputies, and everybody else that is part of this SAPS, how they are supposed to do their work, including, by the way, the minister himself. So you would have heard from Major General van Rooyen in no uncertain terms that the minister gave an unlawful instruction, that the minister does not have the authority to that a unit must be disbanded and talk about the time frames within which that must happen. One, of course, just wonders, what were the processes legally within the SAPS that were followed upon this instruction being received? The Commissioner certainly did not speak about legal advice or having sought legal advice from the various divisions within the SAPS. But also, if legal saw that there were unlawful instructions being issued, why did legal just sit back and do nothing about this unlawful instruction? What are we to do now with some of these facts? And another question that I think we can ask is, to what extent do the officials that come into the SAPS, to what extent are they appraised of the framework within which they are now mandated to operate? Because it seems to me that if things had been done by the book, we perhaps would not be having this conversation today. There's so many things, though, that needed to go wrong to enable and to allow the situation that we are in. So we'll continue hearing from her evidence around the issuing of instructions, the hierarchy, who takes orders from who. Also importantly, right, she unequivocally said it would be wrong for a national deputy commissioner to be taking instructions from the minister, bypassing the commissioner and taking instructions directly from the minister. She says that is in contravention of the legal framework within which the SAPS operates. So we'll continue then hearing more of her testimony. I think this is crucial, and much of what she's saying today is undoubtedly also going to underpin some of the findings that will ultimately be made regarding the evidence that this commission is going to be looking at. Let's bring in just some of your WhatsApp voice notes before we take you back into those hearings.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Good morning, SAFM. Mcete here in Kala. You see, nothing I can applaud or appreciate about the whole term of the president, Ramaphosa, and his crew in governing South Africa. All has become from bad to worse. Big companies closing, South Africans losing jobs, white beneficial farmers who benefit South Africa agriculturally migrating or moving to other countries, making conflicts with other countries internationally and also with some African countries like the M23 leader. Even now in that meeting they are attending, if you listen carefully to his speech or utterances, together with his crew, they are advocating to sell raw materials of South Africa using the smart word, looking for new partners in trade, instead of trying to manufacture these into a manufactured stage. Thank SAFM, Mcete here.
Hi, good morning, Katie, and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. Katie, I like to talk regard to how about if President can just organize more investors and invest to those companies that is already operate here in South Africa, so that they can be able to create more jobs, because youth is not working, is sit at home doing nothing, drink alcohol, a lot of stress, commit crime, all of those things. So how about if president can just do that? I just summarize. I'm not saying like I'm come up with this idea because of maybe can, but I'm trying something. I think you get my point, Katie. See you from Cape Town. Thank you.
Like it's Chris in Maritzburg. Now, the sense I get is that this is long overdue. Maybe we should have had this commission when Jackie Selebi was convicted and arrested to look at what exactly is happening in the SAPS. But secondly, I think the timelines may be very short. There's an urgent need to deal with the systemic crises within the SAPS and the leadership crisis as well. So I think it's long overdue, and there's a lot that we are going to learn from it.
Morning, Kate. I concur with Temba from Gqeberha. Chitana manzi nkukimkile, but they will be playing with fire if they don't take this Madlanga Commission serious, because it's about the security of the country, uncontrollable killings, and courts are corrupt. Where are we going to if the police are corrupt? Thank you, Katie.
Kathy, good morning. I'm Takata in Landi location, Kofimbaba. On this cultural diversity, I've noticed that when it comes to our cultures, especially we black people, the workplaces, they tend not to tolerate how we are showing ourselves. For instance, I'm a Xhosa person. If there was a ritual at home, then I will have that white beard around my neck. And the bosses, they tend to say, man, they don't like it. It doesn't look nice. But if I'm wearing like a diamond or gold chain around my neck, they ask me, where did I buy it? How much was it? So really, this thing is touching. Thanks, Takatai.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
Discussing the powers, functions, and roles of the National Commissioner. I've looked at 34.1, 34.4, 34.5, and does it fall anywhere in those or in another discussion under paragraph 34?
Thank you, Commissioner. It falls under 34.4, under the appointment promotion. And that is regulated in Chapter 9 of the Police Act, as well as the employment regulations.
And in making decisions about filling positions, is the National Commissioner required to consult with the Minister?
It depends on the level. Lower levels, no. But if it is from Major General upwards, excluding provincial commissioners, then the appointments must happen in consultation. In other words, there must be consent and agreement from the minister, and that is regulated in the employment regulations in Regulation 48, 38.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simta.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Yes, the next key role players in SEPS, you say, commencing from paragraph 38, are the provincial commissioners. If I can ask you to proceed to deal with those.
Section 12 of the Police Act outlines the powers and responsibilities of a provincial commissioner who commands and controls the police service within his or her respective province, including the establishment and maintenance of police stations and units, and determine the strength distribution of a service under his or her jurisdiction. It should also be mentioned that Section 219 of the Interim Constitution, which deals with the mandate of a provincial commissioner, subject to the mandate of a national commissioner to control and manage the police service, has been retained in terms of item 24 of Schedule 6 of the Constitution. That's Schedule 6 deals with transitional arrangements. The South African Police Service Amendment Bill, which is currently in the final stages before introduction in Parliament, proposes substantial amendments to Section 12 to clarify the Provincial Commissioner's authority to act on the directions of a National Commissioner. For the benefit of the Commission, I highlight the following. Command and control. Provincial Commissioners shall have overall command and control over the police service within their provinces, subject to the power of a National Commissioner to exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with Section 2074 of the Constitution.
And perhaps if I can just stop you there. This section is going to become important when we deal with that instruction by Lieutenant General Sibia for the withdrawal of the dockets and their transfer from KZN to head office. I'm not asking you to deal with it now because I know you deal with it later. If I can then ask you to proceed from 40.2, establishing police infrastructure.
Provincial commissioners are responsible for establishing and maintaining police stations and units within their jurisdiction, in accordance with Section 12(2)(b) of the Police Act. Determining strengths, provincial commissioners determine the distribution of police personnel and resources across different areas and units under their command, in accordance with Section 12(3) of the Police Act. Constitutional alignment, the duties of a provincial commissioners are performed to give effect to the provisions of the Constitution, particularly the command and control functions of a service. This is set out in Section 12(1) of the Police Act. Just to indicate, of course, the provisions of the Constitution also means that provincial commissioners must focus on the objects of a police service, and their operations and their management must be in the furtherance of a mandate of a police as set out in Section 205(3) of the Constitution. Directions from the National Commissioner. Provincial Commissioners operates under the direction and authority of a National Commissioner, a role that has been emphasized in the amendment to the Police Act. And this is set out in Section 207 of the Constitution. Crime prevention. A provincial commissioner is responsible for the prevention and investigation of all crimes or alleged crimes committed in the province. Where an investigation of a crime or alleged crime reveals that it relates to organized crime, the provincial commissioner is required to report the matter to the national head of the DPCI, who may, at his or her discretion and after consultation with the provincial commissioner concerned, direct that the investigation or any part thereof be conducted by the provincial commissioner in accordance with Section 16(4)(a) of the SAPS Act. In order to ensure accountability, each provincial commissioner must report to the provincial legislature annually on policing in the province and must send a copy of that report to the national commissioner, as required in Section 207(5) of the Constitution.
Sorry, General, I don't know, maybe it's the same point that Advocate Mtau was raising and he said you will deal with later on. Just looking at the organogram on page 20, reading it with paragraph 40.5 of your statement, do provincial commissioners operate under the direction of the deputies, or where do they rank in the hierarchy?
They report directly to the National Commissioner.
So they cannot take directions or instructions from the Deputy National Commissioners?
Commissioner, when, as I indicated, let's say General Sabia is responsible for investigations as the Deputy National Commissioner, if he requires the assistance of a Provincial Commissioner, he can call the Provincial Commissioner and say, I need your assistance on this, or there's dockets that we need from head office side for this purpose or whatever. So there will be consultation, but when it comes to the reporting and their performance as well, they report directly to the National Commissioner.
Well, perhaps just to follow up on that point, and maybe put it here, or is it competent for a deputy national commissioner to give instructions in a province for the upliftment or the transfer or removal of dockets without engaging the provincial commissioner of that particular province to which the dockets relate?
No, sir, it will not, because then it means there are things happening in the police that the provincial commissioner is accountable for, but he doesn't have any knowledge of that. So that is problematic. It undermines the authority of a provincial commissioner to effectively manage the police within that province.
And in fact, the commission will recall when the national commissioner testified on that aspect, he indicated that when the issue of the referral of the dockets back to KZN was being dealt with, he said to Deputy National Commissioner Sibia, they should be returned the same way that he took. In other words, because they were removed without the involvement of the provincial commissioner, the return should also not involve him.
That is correct. That is correct.
General, just a follow-up on that. In this case of the PKTT, where, as I understand it, General Khumalo, sitting at National, is the head, or whatever language you want to use, for the PKTT. Can it not be validly argued or contended that General Sibia acted properly by instructing General Khumalo, because he's not sitting at province. Yes, it relates to the PKTT, but he's sitting at National. Would you still say it's inappropriate that, forget the merits, the lawfulness of the instruction, and I'm speaking structurally, that could General Sibia not validly instruct General Khumalo, who is responsible for the PKTT, to deliver the dockets to him?
Commissioner, keep in mind that the General Khumalo is the project leader of the task team, and he was appointed by the National Commissioner. So my understanding would be, if there's any direction given or instructions given to avoid the word direction in view of our discussion, if there's any instruction or commands given relating to investigations, it should come from the National Commissioner as the person who appointed that task team and who oversees, even if it is just in a reporting phase, their performance. So that would be the appropriate manner. And keep in mind that the National Commissioner can easily appoint a police official to deal with a task team. So it doesn't always relate to the fact that whether he's at national level or whether he's in the province. The fact that he was appointed by the National Commissioner for that specific task means that he needs to report and take instructions from the National Commissioner on that matter.
The National Commissioner, you wouldn't fault the National Commissioner, and I'm speaking overreach. You wouldn't fault the National Commissioner if he had been the one that gives the instruction to General Khumalo and not through General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, that would have been the appropriate procedure to deal with it, yes.
Thank you.
If I can just clarify, I'm just thinking now, I mentioned earlier of a question related to dockets, if dockets were to be transferred. Let's say there's a serial killer that operates in Gauteng and in Northwest. Then you want to consolidate the dockets under one province or one station so that the investigation can be done in a proper manner. Otherwise, you duplicate the investigation. So in that case, there may be discussions either from head office with the provincial commissioners, or even the two provincial commissioners between themselves will say, listen, I hear you've got 3 dockets, but we've got 10. So please, can we transfer those 3 so that we consolidate the resources and deal with it within our province? So it's not unheard but there must be proper consultation. The provincial commissioner cannot simply come in, or even from head office, and just take dockets. It would not be appropriate for a functionary to deal with it in that manner.
Thank you. Then proceed to paragraph 42, where you conclude.
I emphasize that this distinction in roles is important as it enhances provincial autonomy and accountability by granting provincial heads of a police service the authority to manage their forces, meaning police service, while also ensuring they are accountable to the national leadership. It enhances operational effectiveness, and this section ensures that resources are deployed efficiently and effectively across the province to meet local needs and maintain public order.
And then the next section where you identify key role players within SEPs, insofar as the engagement is concerned, are provincial MSCs, and from paragraphs 43 and 44, you outline what the provincial executive is responsible for insofar as policing is concerned. And you also deal with, in 44, SAP's organizational structure, which is set up to ensure effective law enforcement across South Africa. Then you deal with the hierarchy and how it is comprised, and the 9 provincial commissioners and the various district commissioners, station and unit commanders, all managed and overseen by the national commissioner. Then you thereafter deal with that pictorial depiction of SAP's top management, which we skipped or jumped to earlier on, you recall. So we don't need to go back there. The next topic that you address is then that of oversight framework regulating SAPs. Bearing in mind that one question that we're looking at, which you deal with towards your conclusion, whether on the fact of what the Commission is dealing with, is it the question of lack of oversight mechanisms that are there, that are responsible for what has brought us here. So that is where we are heading. But if I can then ask you to deal with the oversight framework that regulates SAPs, you commence from paragraph 46, if you can take it from there to paragraph 50.
SAPS is extensively regulated by various statutes. From an operational point of view, this ranges from legislation conferring powers on police officials, such as the powers to arrest, search and seizure, which are important to ensure the effective execution of a constitutional mandate of a service as set out in Section 205(3) of the Constitution, in particular to prevent, combat and investigate crime, and also to uphold and enforce the law. In addition,
please proceed.
Numerous pieces of legislation regulates coordination, reporting and oversight measures in respect of the SAPs. In this context, the following is highlighted. The secret services...
Sorry, perhaps might I just get guidance from the chair and the co-commissioners? From 47.1, the statement refers to the various pieces of legislation. That's 48.1 to 48.5, and then 49 deals with internal policies and strategies. And I'm just trying to see whether can we take them as read into the record so that the witness does not have to list each of them.
Unless there are some that are relevant to the terms of reference.
Thanks. Perhaps if for now we can say those are taken as read, General, unless you are of the view that there are some that requires some emphasis, you can do that.
Chair, I don't think it would require specific emphasis. However, I do want to point out that 47.8 refers to the Public Administration Management Act, and that it contains a typo. It is not 2024, but it is 2014, the citation of the Act.
And other than that, is there anything that requires emphasis going up to paragraph 49.9?
No specific aspect that I believe should be emphasized.
Then, taking the cue from that policy direction that was given by the Chair and the Commissioners, we will skip those. Then you conclude in paragraph 50, you say, in the following sections and based on the above, you now tend to discuss the various oversight mechanisms. These include parliamentary oversight bodies, Chapter 9 institutions, as well as the SAP's internal and ministerial oversight mechanisms. If I could ask you to then commence after paragraph 51, where you say, in order to give effect to the principles of transparency and accountability, various bodies and entities exercise oversight over SAPS. These include parliamentary oversight measures, Chapter 9 institutions, oversight by other departments within the Ministry of Police, provincial and SAPS internal regulatory functions. If I can just ask you to then, under the heading of parliamentary oversight and a number of parliamentary bodies regulate SAPS, you start with the Portfolio Committee on Police. If you can commence from paragraph 53.
The Portfolio Committee on Police is established in terms of section 55.3, 55.2, I apologize, and 57 of the Constitution, and are responsible for the exercise of parliamentary oversight over the police within the National Assembly. A select committee on security and justice is responsible for such function in the National Council of Provinces.
And before you go on, General, just a correction, unless you disagree. I do not think section 57 deals with the establishment of the Portfolio Committee. I read it to deal with internal arrangements, proceedings, and procedures of the National Assembly. So that's not about establishment.
I apologize, Chair. I think the intention was to indicate the regulatory framework of the rules that are established in 57, but you are correct.
Thank you.
These entities exercise oversight through parliamentary questions directed at the Minister of Police, meetings where the SAPS is required to appear to explain and account for certain police action, as well as oversight visits, announced and unannounced, that are conducted by the Portfolio Committee. And the Portfolio Committee on Police has published guidelines specifically relating to oversight visits and the manner in which they are to be conducted. A provincial commissioner is furthermore required in terms of section 207.5 of the Constitution to report to the provincial legislature annually on policing in the province. Then, in addition to the Portfolio Committee, there's also a Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, that considers financial statements of the executive organs of state and constitutional institutions or other public bodies when those statements are submitted to Parliament. SCOPA is empowered to report on financial statements or report to the National Assembly, initiate an investigation in its area of competence, and perform functions, tasks, and duties assigned to it in terms of law. In addition, there's a joint standing committee on intelligence, and that committee is established in terms of Section 2 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. The committee performs oversight functions in respect of the intelligence and counterintelligence functions of, inter alia, the crime intelligence in the police, as well as military intelligence and the SSA. In the discharging of its functions, it considers the administration, financial management, and expenditure incurred inter alia by the different security or intelligence agencies, and specifically the Division of Crime Intelligence. Then, in addition to that, there's...
you deal with statutory oversight?
Statutory oversight.
As your next topic?
The Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. The Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence is appointed by the President in terms of Section 210B of the Constitution, read with Section 7.1 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. The Inspector General of Intelligence is responsible to investigate complaints relating to the conduct or behavior of members of intelligence services on alleged maladministration, abuse of power, transgressions of the Constitution, laws and policies on intelligence and counterintelligence, corruption and improper enrichment of any person through an act or omission of any member of the intelligence services, and to report thereon to Parliament. Referrals to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence are made from the Human Rights Commission, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and the Public Protector in cases where the complaint relates to any of the intelligence services, and they also report thereon to Parliament.
And then in the next section or topic of your statement, you refer to Chapter 9 institutions. You list them in paragraph 61, and in 62 you indicate that each has a separate legislation which regulates its powers and functions and also outlines its mandate. And if you go over the page to 63, you then conclude in paragraph 63.
SAPS must, in accordance with Section 181(3) of the Constitution, assist and protect the Chapter 9 institutions to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of these institutions.
Then you proceed to deal with ministerial oversight.
Before we get to ministerial oversight, Advocate Mutau, yes. General, in the section where you're dealing with parliamentary oversight, are you suggesting that there was a failure there? What's the point of this section? Because the conclusion then just tells us that there is this oversight and there are these bodies in place. Would we be sitting here today if they function properly? You can give your opinion. If you don't wish to express one, you can say so.
Commissioner, I believe that the issue that General Mkhwanazi publicly announced on the 6th of July was previously reported during a PCOP meeting in March, if I remembered correctly. So the fact that the Portfolio Committee didn't act on that is, in my mind, a failure of their mandate. Even if they initiated an investigation, called the management of the police to come and explain, that would already have been an exercise of oversight on their part to ensure that the matter received attention.
In fact, you'll recall also the National Commissioner gave evidence to that effect when he was asked whether, upon Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi making those disclosures, because you recall he had been called premised on an interview that he had given to ENCA, and he testified that there was nothing that was done by the Portfolio Committee to deal with the issue that had arisen and had been brought to its attention.
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Mutau, sorry, can I just on this? Isn't that what they're doing now? I mean, we know there's a committee that has been set up and which is doing it. I think it's called an ad hoc committee. Is that not what they're doing now?
Keep in mind, Commissioner, that it's an ad hoc committee, so it cuts across not only in respect of the Portfolio Committee of Police, there's also members of the Portfolio Committee on Justice. But it is part of their constitutional mandate or their legislative mandate of oversight. I think the issue raised by Commissioner Khumalo, as I understood it, was about the timing, the fact that it was reported. They have the power to call the management to account, to come and explain, and in hindsight, it's easy for me to say because I'm not a member there, but in my view, it would have been appropriate for the Portfolio Committee to call the management a week or 2 weeks after that incident to account, to say, give a report on what is happening and what exactly is being, what is the facts in relation to the allegations that was made by General Mkonazi in that meeting. That would have been part of a mandate, and I believe expected in the execution of their powers to conduct oversight, to call the department to account and to explain what the situation was.
And your comments refer specifically to the Portfolio Committee on Police.
That is correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we can then proceed from paragraph 64. You were about to start with ministerial oversight, and you say in terms of section 208 of the Constitution, the Minister of Police is, apart from SAPS, also responsible for the CSPS and IPID. If you can please proceed from 65.
In terms of Section 208 of the Constitution, the Civilian Secretariat for Police is required to function under the direction of a minister or the cabinet member responsible for policing. It is established in the Civilian Secretariat, the department has been established in terms of a Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service Act. The Civilian Secretariat monitors the performance of a police service and regularly assesses the sufficiency of policies and systems, and they are also empowered to make recommendations on the effectiveness thereof. The department also advises and supports the Minister of Police in the execution of his or her powers and the performance of his or her functions. And the department reports to the Minister on the implementation and compliance by the police service with policy directives issued and instructions made by the Minister.
Yes, and then you deal with IPID next.
Section 206(6) of the Constitution provides that on receipt of a complaint lodged by a provincial executive, an independent police complaints body established by national legislation must investigate any alleged misconduct of or offence committed by a member of a police service in the province. IPID is the body established in terms of section or in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act to give effect to Section 206(6) of the Constitution. It ensures independent oversight of the SAPS as well as municipal police services, investigate offences allegedly committed by members of the SAPS and municipal police services, and make recommendations relating to disciplinary action in respect of such members. Chair, if I can just indicate, there's a typo in paragraph 67. The citation of the Act is incorrect. It is Act 1 of 2011 and not 2010.
Okay, thanks. And then you proceed to deal with the internal regulatory framework from paragraphs 68 to 70. And there, among other things, you relate to, or you refer to the SAPS Code of Conduct in paragraph 68, and then you touch on Regulation 39 of the SAPS Employment Regulations, which regulates the general conditions of appointment. And in paragraph 70, you reference the SAPS regulations for DPCI, and whereafter you introduce the next topic that you deal with, which relates to the PKTT.
Again, Mr. Matau, before we go to the next topic, the section before with the various subsections or subheadings. General, are you aware of any report from any of those bodies mentioned in paragraph 65, 66, 68 that would have served before the minister and would have influenced the decision that was taken on 31 December 2024?
I am not aware of any report in that regard, Commissioner.
Because any of those entities, as I understand, could have investigated the conduct of the task team.
That is correct, within their mandate.
Within
Yes.
their mandate.
Yes, sir.
And if there were any findings adverse to the task team, then those would have obviously been taken into account.
That is correct.
To determine whether it should continue to exist or not.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And as far as you know, there is no report from any of those bodies.
As far as I'm aware, there's no report received from any of these bodies pertaining to their mandate raising complaints or concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwan. And perhaps just to close that aspect, that if there were such reports, would you expect that their contents be put to the members of the PKTT, and by that I mean the three, at the very least, the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, and the Director of Crime Intelligence as the project head of the PKTT, for them to address those concerns, if there were any, that the Minister would have had prior to taking his decision of 31 December 2024?
Well, sir, if I can go back to the oversight bodies, in the case of the portfolio committee, they will write to the minister. But when for example, let's say they complain about the police in any respect, the letter will be submitted to the minister as part of the part of cabinet, and then that letter will be cascaded to the National Commissioner to respond, because he deals with policing matters. So the National Commissioner will be in a position to gather the information, for example, and prepare a response for the signature of a minister to go back. In respect of the SCOPA, the police, the department itself will appear before SCOPA, but once again, because it's a parliamentary committee, they will write to the minister. But the other oversight bodies, for example, the Chapter 9 institutions, will write directly to the National Commissioner as the head of department. So it's not inappropriate to report any complaint or investigation that they are lodging directly to the head of a department for responses or to provide information. And in respect of the other departments, the Civilian Secretariat and IPIT, normally they will approach the National Commissioner, and a copy of a report or letter will be submitted to the Minister. So there's very few of that oversight bodies that will in isolation only approach the Minister and not report or approach the National Commissioner directly in respect of a complaint or an investigation that is conducted within their mandate or scope of responsibility.
And earlier on...
sorry,
apologies.
In response to Mr. Mutau, you say that senior management members who ought to have become aware, or rather, who ought to have been involved prior to the decision of 31 December 2024 being taken, were not involved. Now, are you aware whether there were any members of such senior management who were involved before the decision was taken? And if you are aware, who are those?
I have no information in that regard, Chair, so I cannot respond but say I do not know. So I'm not aware that any member was approached or informed, and therefore I cannot give names because there's simply no information for me to give.
Is that odd?
Is
that is the fact that someone in your position is not aware at all. Is that not strange? Not strange in the sense that I'm criticizing you. I'm saying in terms of the processes. Is that not odd?
Well, it's difficult to respond, especially in view of the fact that I'm at legal services. It may have been in an operational environment, specifically within that chain of command. Strange not to have a commander being informed or being made aware. So in that regard, I cannot really respond on the possibility that somebody knew about it, simply because it's a little bit distant from my area of responsibility.
I understand. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Mr. Mdau, before you proceed, in this communication matrix that you make, if something had arisen from in the portfolio committee, as I understand you, then someone would write to the minister if it's a matter of concern that needs to be addressed, and the minister would then communicate with the national commissioner. Now, from the evidence, as you're aware, that we've had now, you have Member of Parliament, I think it's Adams, is her name? The Member of Parliament? Yes. Member of Parliament Adams, who raised the matter and reported it to, and directed correspondence to the minister. We know from the evidence that the chief of staff then communicates with the DPCI, I think it is, and it results in its own process. It has its own process. Now, and I know that you deal with the question of the chief of staff later on in your evidence, and I'm not asking you to speak to the merits of it. I'm just trying to understand the systemic processes, whether once a correspondence has been sent to the minister, are there processes or procedures that regulate how that communication, that eventually must come to the attention of the National Commissioner, as you say, that regulates that process, how that is handled?
Commissioner, there is normally, it's just a matter of internal processes. It's not regulated or even formalized. It's not strange for the Chief of Staff if he receives, or if a minister receives a letter, for example, from a Member of Parliament, to submit it to the relevant environment, the National Commissioner's Office, and in the case of a DPCI, to their environment as well. For example, if a minister is in the province and that correspondent is received by his office, they will not wait until the minister returns to the office, let's say by next week, because that matter has to be attended to. So it's not unfamiliar processes for that letter to be submitted in view of the content and the topic. The Chief of Staff will make a call to say this is for the police, not for IPID or the Civilian Secretariat, and therefore submit it to the office of the National Commissioner for his attention. And in that regard, what we normally do is the department will prepare a response. They will investigate the matter, make a finding, and advise the minister by means of a draft response. And it has to be accompanied by an information note that basically explains to the minister this matter was received as a result of a complaint from a Member of Parliament. The information that we've gathered in our investigation of a complaint indicated the following. This is the process. For example, if let's say a parliamentarian complains about a docket, the detectives will be able to indicate where the investigation is. For example, it may be a bail application next week, indicating that information, and prepare a response, a draft response for the consideration of a minister, because that response has to follow the same path back as it came from Parliament. So the National Commissioner cannot simply respond to the Member of Parliament. It has to be signed and approved by the minister, and then returned to as a response to the initial complaint.
Right. Now, on the facts, or at least on the evidence before us, and I just want a more direct answer to a direct question. We know that the the letter addressed to is addressed to the minister, and then the chief of staff writes a letter to the DPCI, signed by him, under the letterhead of the minister, as I recall, of the ministry, and then says to DPCI, investigate this matter. He has a criminal complaint. He has a complaint about criminal conduct. Investigate it. You're saying there's nothing irregular about that?
No, he may have consulted the minister telephonically, even if a minister wasn't in the office, but you can already anticipate that the minister will direct this. This is a complaint, it has to be investigated. And for that matter to be expedited to the relevant office to investigate it and to prepare a response, there's nothing untowards that it was sent by the chief of staff. Even in other offices, the support staff will consider a document and very often consult the manager, but will know this person is working with this matter or anything or something similar, and dispatch it to the relevant office to deal with it. Ultimately, the response has to be signed by the minister. So it's not a matter of a chief of staff who decided how the matter should be dealt with, but at least the office responsible to investigate and look into that matter is then able to deal with it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simda.
Thank you. I think you've addressed your evidence on issues relating to rationality, which would include procedural irrationality and arbitrariness. I don't think we need to repeat that with regard to the execution, or at least the communication of that instruction by the minister. But if I can ask you to then deal with the next topic from page 28, the political killings task team. And in this regard, the commission has already had evidence regarding how the task team was formed, when it was formed. It has had at whose instance this commenced, leading to the establishment of the IMC, the various role players within IMC, and that culminating into the formation of the PKTT. And the two documents, sorry, the strategic plan which you attach on page 76 is also an aspect on which the Commission has had evidence, including up to paragraph 79, relating to the second, more comprehensive strategy that was since developed. Now, if I can ask you to start, or perhaps just deal with paragraph 80, about the point that you seek to explain there.
I seek to explain that the establishment of task teams is a normal operational response by SAPS to address specific issues and challenges in the country. These may be constituted at the provincial or national level. The PKTT is one of many such project-based interventions. As I indicated earlier, for example, a serial killer may also necessitate the establishment of a task team, or illegal mining activities, or even cash in transit heists. If we find out that there's a problem, then a task team is very often a very effective manner to immediately address the policing challenge, to ensure that immediate action is taken to that problem, and to ensure that resources are allocated for that task team to perform its specific task.
Mr. Matau, sorry. General, what is the difference between a unit of SAPS and a task team? Do the legal prescripts distinguish between them? That's my first question. My second one is the PKTT. Was it a national intervention or a provincial intervention? And what's the difference between the two?
Legally, there's no difference between a unit or a task team, and the fact is very often a task team is a smaller group of people. Cuts across different environments, and detectives, CI, which are all different environments, whereas a unit will have all detectives, for example. So a task team is more diverse. The second question, Commissioner, remind me, please. Yes.
Operating in 6 provinces and 1 at national level.
Yes.
So I'm not sure whether PKTT is it a provincial or a national intervention, but operating in KZN.
I believe it was a national intervention because it came from the Interministerial Committee, and in that regard it related to other departments as well, and it was reported to the minister, so it is a national intervention by the police. And then you had another question? Okay.
Thank you. You then indicate in paragraph 81 the provinces that are involved, and then in paragraphs 82 to 84 you deal, among other things, with the extension of the mandate of the PKTT, and you allude to the fact that incidents of politically related cases were expected to increase because of the 2024 elections, and you provide the reasons thereof, correct?
That is correct.
Then I'd like you to proceed to the disbandment instruction that commences from paragraph 85 of your statement.
On the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police directed a letter to the National Commissioner directing that the PKTT be disbanded.
Yes, and then that letter you attach as VR4 in Van Rooyen 2. It is at pages 101 to 103. You don't need to go there. You quote the aspect relating to political killings task team. You recall that that letter has 3 items that it deals with, one of which you also address later, but for purposes of this aspect of your evidence, you deal with the directive insofar as the political killings task team is concerned, which again we don't need to read into the record because the Commission has had evidence and has seen a copy of that letter. And if I can just ask you perhaps to deal with paragraph 87 and following.
It is important to highlight that in his letter, the Minister did not direct how the dockets under the task team's control should be dealt with. He did, however, direct that the disbandment ought to be done with immediate effect. I am informed that this determination of the dockets under the task team's control should be dealt on how the dockets to the task team should be dealt with was made by Lieutenant General Sibia in his letter to Lieutenant General Sintamule, dated 4 February 2025. That letter also makes clear that Lieutenant General Sibia claims to be acting on the instruction of the Minister of Police to disband the task team. And that letter is also part of my file 2. The affidavit, the
Sorry,
post...
so can I just ask you maybe, before you move to paragraph 89, to go to VR5 at page 105 of Van Rooyen 2. paragraphs 3 and 4, you'll see in paragraph 3, in this letter from Lieutenant General Sibia, he says on 31 December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTTPK. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. And before I go to paragraph 4, perhaps that question that Commissioner Khumalo was asking about, whether it's was it a national task team, in other words, national character, but operating from KwaZulu-Natal. There's the N part of the.
That's correct. That's correct.
The PKTT. The N there stands for national. The N there stands for national. Correct?
In this regard, it will be the National Task Team on Political Killings.
And then if you then proceed to paragraph 4, which is where I want to ask you the question. It says the directive requires immediate compliance with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the task team, and the following words are the ones that I'd like you to focus on, in accordance with current prescripts in this regard. Can I ask you two questions here? Or one question that covers two aspects. Are there prescripts within SEPs that regulate the disbandment of task teams? That's being the one question. And are there prescripts that relate or that regulate the transferring of dockets? If you can just ask, so if you can just deal with them.
Chair, I'm not aware of any instructions, either national instructions, standing operating procedures, or circulars that deal with the transfer or that deals with the dealing of dockets when a task team is disbanded. There's no prescripts relating to that. There is a national instruction on case management, and specifically that addresses the transfer of dockets from a CAS station, CAS being the crime administration system. When a complaint is reported to the police, it is reported on our CAS system, as I indicated, crime administration system. It is opened, and for purposes of statistics, it is reported on the system. For example, if a case of murder is opened, it will be registered as a murder docket, and the CAS number will be allocated to that complaint. And that CAS number is important because it enables a complainant to follow up on the investigation. It's almost a reference number. And of course, that CAS number also, or the docket retains that CAS number when it goes to court, and even when that case is completed in court. When the docket comes back after court proceedings have been concluded, that case docket is finalized on the system with a link to that CAS number. So we have a national instruction dealing with CAS in that regard. And the only provision in that instruction where, in my mind, would have been the appropriate place to deal with the transferal of dockets regulates the transfer of dockets from a CAS station, in other words, a computerized station that has access to a computer, to a station where there's a manual system, and how that docket should be transferred. In other words, from a computerized station to a rural station that may not have a computerized system, or vice versa. If it is reported at a small rural station that doesn't have computer access and it needs to be transferred to a station that has CAS, that's the only instructions that I'm aware of, internal instructions dealing with transferal of dockets, which of course in this case it will not be relevant because we are talking about cases that were reported in KZN, and CAS numbers would have been allocated to them.
Thank you. Then in paragraph 89, you attach extracts of an affidavit that the National Commissioner filed in the litigation that he testified on, that had been instituted by Lieutenant General Sibia, and you attach that as Annexure VR6 at pages 109 to 119. The only one point there to mention regarding that annexure is that some of us grew up aspiring to drive that car, the VR6. But other than that, there is no need to go into that annexure, because what that does, it outlines those engagements between the minister, the National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Sibia, where he sets out the first approach on the 14th of January with that proposed letter, which the National Commissioner did not sign. It goes to the 15th as well, where Lieutenant General Sibia approached the National Commissioner again, and even at the conclusion of that meeting, that affidavit also sets it out that it had not been signed. Then you have, from that affidavit, Lieutenant General Kumalo and the National Commissioner briefing the Minister on the 16th of January, 2025, and the following day, being the 17th, is when Lieutenant General Sibia decided to write that letter in his own name, which on both occasions when he approached the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner had refused to sign, and on the 15th he had said, leave this issue to me, I'll deal with it. That's really the import of what is contained in there, because you connect it later on in your statement. And if I can then ask you to deal with paragraph 91, this is after you say the evidence of the National Commissioner arising from that affidavit is that he worked with Lieutenant General Kumalo to prepare a report to the Minister on the alternative proposal to the disbandment, but that he never authorized the handing over of the dockets. Then if I can ask you to proceed from paragraph 91, concluding with 92.
However, Lieutenant General Kwanazi, as a provincial commissioner, confirmed that he was never informed prior to the removal of his dockets, nor was he consulted on the possible disbandment. From April 25 to August 25, these dockets were stored at head office in compliance with Lieutenant General Sibia's direction. In September 2025, a joint media statement was released by the Ministry of Police and the National Commissioner, directing that the dockets head back to KZN. And this is part of my file 2, VR7, a newspaper report confirming the terms of his statement.
Yes, that's at 118 to 119. The National Commissioner testified on that and gave context regarding that media statement and how it was misinterpreted, because that process had commenced long before the postponement of the commencement date of the commission, and he had explained that properly in his evidence. Then the next topic.
Before you go to the next topic, General, focusing on the prescripts, we know what General Masimula said and what General Mkhwanazi said. Is it consistent with any prescript that you are aware of, whether it's the national instructions or other directives? Is it consistent with any of those for dockets to be taken from a province or a unit or a task team and be stored at national office for a period of up to 5 months without any investigations taking place?
No, Commissioner, it is not. And I think the first reason that raises alarm is it means the investigations are stagnant. Nothing is happening. On that investigation, you would expect the police to proceed as fast as possible and make a breakthrough. But the longer the dockets remain unattended, the more difficult it becomes to investigate that cases properly. Evidence get lost, witnesses forget with time, and therefore the investigation, any investigation, will be detrimentally affected if it is stored somewhere and no attention it doesn't receive attention in the furtherance of the investigation.
Is that not, in your view, tantamount to the suppression of investigations?
It may very well be, yes.
And in paragraph 102 of your statement, page 35, you say this actually undermines the constitutional objects of SAPS as set out in section 2053, especially in respect of ongoing criminal investigations and the potential risk that further crimes may be committed.
Yes, sir. Especially if you consider evidence such as firearms. As long as the firearms are out there, they can be utilized to commit crime. So you would expect the police to act as soon as possible to take the firearms into custody to ensure that no additional offences or further offences may be committed in the unlawful possession of such firearms.
Just out of interest, what does the prescript, you mentioned earlier that there was either a national instruction or some other document that dealt with the movement of dockets. Maybe if you can just repeat that evidence, and just out of interest, what does it say? Is it relevant at all to the case that we are dealing with?
Commissioner, it deals specifically with the administration of cases or the administration of case dockets. And the principle is they must be...
Sorry, please identify that prescript again so that we have it on record and then give the answer you're about to give.
It's the National Instruction on Case Management. And it deals with, as I said, the whole process when a case is reported to the police and it receives a CAS number, which is basically a reference number, and how the docket is opened, and the procedural aspects, not the investigation, but the procedural aspects of the docket. And it deals with the transfer of dockets between CAS stations and non-CAS stations, and the principle there is there must be record keeping. In other words, when it leaves one office or one police station and it goes to another police station, there must be record to indicate who received it. On the other side, when it arrives there, who receives it and the date. So that the principle is really, if after 2 months or after a period of time somebody is looking for it, you need to have a paper trail to see what happened to it and who signed for it, so that we can locate the dockets and that it's not, it doesn't disappear or is lost somewhere in transit or at a station where nobody knows it went to.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Now we go to the substance. This is where you are now going to pull all of this together. Why these prescripts? Why these oversight mechanisms? After dealing with the disbandment, you're going to be dealing with whether there was a failure other than the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Policing, which did not do anything once it became aware of these allegations. And you are going to be discussing the question whether what happened here, which is on the version of General Sibia and General Masemola, if that evidence is accepted, is it an issue that relates to lack of oversight mechanisms or inadequacies of legislation, or you say it relates to something else? You start then by addressing the topic, is the disbandment a policy decision or is it operational in nature?
And when, Mr. Muda, when you refer to General Sibia That is what he has said. You are referring to what we see from the annexures, because we are yet to hear his evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, not General Sibia. I apologize. I'm talking General Mkwanazi and General Masemola.
Just as well,
Thanks. Thank you. I tried yesterday to say I'm not going to rename, but I see that the opening Bet's person's chalice of poison has cascaded down. General, if I can then ask you to deal with that topic commencing from paragraph 93, where you say, from a regulatory standpoint, if I could ask you to take it from there.
From a regulatory standpoint and based on the legislative excursus detailed above, I am of a view that the decision to disband the PKTT as a task team lay within the exclusive authority of a national commissioner, and that the minister did not have the legislative authority to disband the PKTT, let alone the manner in which he did. I say so for the following 6 reasons, one of which is in the alternative. Firstly, Section 206 of the Constitution enshrines the role of a minister primarily as that of providing policy direction at the national and provincial level. The Minister of Police is not a technocrat. His or her role is to advance the development of legislation and national police policy, particularly in respect of key issues that require executive attention. Therefore, a minister is empowered to select which areas warrant specialized intervention and attention, such as cash in transit, illegal mining, gangsterism, etc. However, a minister cannot prescribe or direct at an operational level, how policy is to be implemented. That is to be left to the National Commissioner, especially in view of the fact that this relates to the distribution and deployment of resources and has financial implications, which falls within the exclusive authority of a National Commissioner as the accounting officer of a Department of Police in terms of Section 36 of the Public Service Management Act. In the event that the Minister is of a view that a particular issue is no longer a priority and no longer warrants additional or specialized resources, the Minister is entitled to express that opinion or his position. However, its implementation falls within the exclusive remit of the National Commissioner.
And in fact, if I can just stop here.
And what would the juristic nature of the expression of that position be?
I apologize, Chair. Can you just repeat the beginning?
You say that the minister is entitled to express that position. That is, if he's of a particular view that an issue is no longer a priority. So the minister is entitled to express that position. So my question is, what would the juristic nature of the expression of that position be?
Chair, for me, it's important that the minister in his engagement, either as the minister on political level or in his engagement with the communities, hear what they are saying. And if, for example, they say the gender-based violence is no longer a problem in our community, let's hope that we ever get to that point in South Africa where we say it's no longer a problem. And the minister then discusses with the National Commissioner that according to the community, gender-based violence is no longer a problem, therefore you don't need that additional resources. Then the National Commissioner can say, but Minister, do you know that gender-based violence is still a problem and we've got statistics to support this or evidence to support that. So I don't think there's any topic that's off limit for discussion insofar as it relates to policing. However, the issue is the execution thereof and how it impacts on policing. That is the question where the responsibility or the involvement of a minister stops, and specifically to prevent political interference in the day-to-day operations of the police.
The juristic nature would either be policy or direction.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
No, thanks. I think the chair anticipated the clarification that I sought or wanted to seek. So you can proceed from paragraph 98.
Secondly, the National Commissioner is called in terms of Section 207 of the Constitution to exercise control over and manage SAPS. The National Commissioner remains responsible for operational control and resource allocation or distribution. Again, where a minister identifies a priority area, the task of how to implement and what resources to deploy rests with the National Commissioner. In circumstances where the ministers say that a particular issue is no longer a priority issue, then it is within the remit of the National Commissioner to determine how best to operationalize that expression. Turning to the facts before this Commission, the minister unlawfully strayed into the constitutional competence of a National Commissioner when he issued a letter for the disbandment of the PKTT. What would have been an appropriate path is for the minister to express that he no longer considers political killings to be a priority and direct the National Commissioner to consider and take steps to align it with his directive. It can never be appropriate for a minister to instruct the National Commissioner not only to disband the PKTT, but also to say that the disbandment must be done immediately. That constitutes not only an usurping of powers of a National Commissioner, but also undermines the constitutional objects of the SAPS as set out in Section 205(3), especially in respect of ongoing criminal investigations and the potential risk that further crimes may be committed. Thirdly, due to the nature of the offences under investigation, a task team like the PKTT is privy to politically sensitive materials, and its dockets would need to be treated with the same sensitivity. The dockets could not simply be taken back to their respective police stations and investigated in the normal course. I say this because politically related cases are highly organized and are executed through different role players, such as hitmen, spotters, coordinators, and persons who ordered the hits. In addition, they typically involved a conspiracy implicating well-resourced senior politicians and business persons.
Before you go on, you preface your firstly to, is it finally or lastly? Finally at 110. You preface those by saying that what the minister did not have a legislative basis or foundation. I read what you say under your thirdly, that is paragraphs 103 and 104, to address an issue of implementation and not so much a question of legislative entitlement. Do you get my point?
Yes.
So, which would therefore mean that 103 and 104 do not really fall under your preface.
Chair, it would relate more to the implications, but you are correct in your assessment. It does not deal with the fact that he didn't have legislative authority.
So as not to waste your time, let me make a similar point, and I will not ask you to comment. I take the same view with regard to your fifthly as well. That too does not relate to legislative authority or legislative entitlement, or lack thereof. Just look at your fifthly. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
It does not refer to any power or role of a minister.
Yes. I interrupted you when you were to go to 105 under your third line.
Therefore,
Sorry, Chair, and I think perhaps to complete that line of references that you have given, 101 would equally fall there. In other words, no challenge to the competence to issue, but the implementation.
Maybe we would have to look closely at that, because I think secondly, under which 101 falls, does deal with a legal issue. And then what follows right up to just before thirdly is a substantiation, or is intended to be a substantiation of the legal issue, which is the secondly.
Thank
But
you.
we will have to look closely at that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, then please proceed from 105.
Therefore, the appropriateness of a directive to handle these dockets in such a manner when their contents stood to destabilize and potentially implicate senior politicians and established business persons should be determined by the Commission. Fourthly, the PKTT was created in collaboration. It has its genesis in President Ramaphosa's tasking of an interministerial committee comprising of the ministers of police, SSA, defence and military veterans, justice and correctional services to establish a multidisciplinary team to address the ongoing scourge of political killings in KZN. Thereafter, an integrated multidisciplinary task team consisting of members of the police, NPA, SSA and correctional services was established with Lieutenant General Khumalo appointed as the project leader of this task team. In their evidence before the Commission, both the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner have testified that they were not consulted before the decision was taken by the Minister. In his evidence, Lieutenant General provided the Commission with a letter by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Harrison, where she queried if the PKTT still exists, again revealing a major stakeholder who was not consulted. Assuming that their evidence is accepted, it speaks to a lack of consultation of relevant stakeholders concerning the disbandment. Fifthly,
Before that, General, you're not just to be clear, you're not suggesting that there was an obligation, a legal obligation on the minister's part to consult with any of those stakeholders, are you? And I guess what I'm trying to check with you is whether you draw a distinction between a legal obligation, wherever that is sourced, and perhaps the wisdom, a comment about, and I'm sure there's a stronger word for what I want to say, but that it may have been unwise. You're showing why it was unwise, that the minister proceeded the way that it did. There is that distinction. Which one is it?
Commissioner, it may have been unwise, and the reason why I'm saying it, remember when it was established with consultation between the different departments, and therefore I believe some of the departments may have felt we're still in it when the decision was taken to disband. So the difficulty is the implications even interdepartmentally. Some of the prosecutors may continue with the view that this is still a task team when in fact the decision was taken not to continue with the task team.
Yes, I think perhaps if we could just, while we are there, we know that you attached the letter by Advocate Harrison, which is VR8, at 120 to 124. And we're not going to deal with that letter in detail, but part of what the prosecutor is asking is there are dedicated prosecutors who deal with these PKTT cases, and the confusion that arose from whether does it still exist, does it not, Should they release the prosecutors? Because you'll recall part of the modus operandi was that people from outside the province were brought into KZN to deal with these cases to avoid or minimize interruption and interference and or infiltration. So that's in that context, as I understand the point that you are making in paragraph 108 and 109 regarding NPA as a stakeholder.
Yes, that is correct. I think the implications, because it's an interdepartmental task team, the implications will also affect the other departments, and they also had to be prepared on the reallocation of resources, whether it's personnel or other resources, to ensure that the affected or the decision as it was to be implemented is also implemented in their respective environments.
Then I think you can move to paragraph 110, where you make provision interpretationally for two scenarios, but in particular.
Sorry, Advocate Mutau, before you go there, General, I had understood you to be saying that because it was a multidisciplinary task team, it wasn't just a police task team, it was multidisciplinary, and it was established by various stakeholders. It was not competent for the Minister of Police on his own to simply disband it, because it affected entities such as SSA and NPA and the others that you have mentioned. That's how I had understood you.
That is correct. That is correct.
Is that correct, though? And this is apart from the discussion about whether it's a policy decision, assuming he could make the decision, and the PKTT is what it is and constituted in the way that it was by an interministerial committee. If you say it wasn't competent for the minister, then we have to locate it in some instrument. Why we say that? As in, for example, it was in its foundation, was there an agreement or a contemplation that it will continue to exist until it is dissolved? Because it's quite a high mark that you're putting to it when you say it wasn't competent of the minister to do that, and I think we need to be certain about the legal basis for making such a statement.
Commissioner, as I understood it, the instruction or the directive came from the President in view of a priority of political killings in the province. An interministerial committee consisting of various ministers were informed of the instruction. They gave it through to the Director Generals of their departments to operationalize the instruction. The political task team was established in the police in view of the role of investigation, but they were allocated or assigned prosecutors to deal with that task team. So the task team itself was a police task team, but the resources or broader implication was that there were specific prosecutors assigned to deal with cases that were investigated by the task team themselves. And therefore, my submission is, if a decision is taken on a political level that the task team no longer is justified, then that decision should at least have been discussed with the counterparts on the level of ministerial level. They could have agreed or they could have raised concerns, but for me the important thing is that should have been shared by the political role players, if a minister took that decision with his counterparts, because it affected their departments as well. Keep in mind, as I said, the implementation and operationalization thereof was within the departments, but at least if a decision was taken on ministerial level, it should have been discussed with the other relevant ministers as well.
So what I'm trying to be clear about in how we speak about it is that accept that your evidence is there should have been discussion with the other role players, and I can see how one can fault that. But if we say it fell within the SAPS, this PKTT, it must mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, that and I think that's how I've understood you, that the National Commissioner could have made a decision to dissolve it. There was nothing that precluded him. And so that's where the decision or the power to make a decision, as I understand it, about its continued existence, it laid in the office of the National Commissioner. Am I correct?
Yes, that is my submission, Commissioner. And the reason for that is it was established by the National Commissioner. So if a disbandment is to be done, it should come from that same functionary.
Perhaps let me just leave that topic with this comment. Evidence is that this is a national project that is operationalized in KZN through SAPS as a lead partner in the implementation of the project. I want to leave it at that. I don't want to take it beyond that, because there'll be a relevant point where submissions are made about the import of this and where does it sit and how should the relevant section of the Constitution be interpreted for purposes of the lawful exercise of this power, taking into account the conspectus of the entirety of the facts. I will not detain you on that issue, on whether which is the correct interpretation for now. But in 1110, you make provision for an alternative argument. If I can ask you to proceed from 1110.
We take an early lunch adjournment and resume at 1:45. May we adjourn at this stage? So no time will be lost. 1 hour still. Let's adjourn.
That is the Madlanga Commission there that is probing the allegations of political interference as far as the work of the Political Killings Task Team is concerned. And they are taking an early adjournment. We'll be back to, of course, continue with the work of the day. And the witness today is the SAPS's legislative expert, that is Major General Marga van Rooyen, and she's been in the witness box since this morning, and it's quite interesting to listen to what she has to say, right, especially around the work that is cut out. For example, how far does the minister go? How far does the National Police Commissioner go? How far does the provincial commissioner then go in terms of their own duties and responsibilities? And this is someone who has extensive experience as far as the SAPS is concerned, has worked with the SAPS for 42 years, has a doctorate in law. And she interestingly speaks about the fact that when you look at Section 206, for example, of the Constitution, it's clear that the minister's role is to determine policy and also to ensure that this policy is, determination is done in consultation with the provincial governments, and the minister will also be providing some kind of strategic direction as far as the policy matters are concerned, and saying that the National Commissioner then exercises control over and also manages the police service. This is in accordance with the policy that was, the policy developed by the minister. And she also continues then to say that, remember, when the police commissioner was speaking, right, he did maintain that for him, the decision by the minister to disband the Political Killings Task Team was an unlawful one. And he says that this was an operational decision in his view, and it veered outside of the powers of the minister, who was supposed to determine policy, and says that, for him, this was an issue. And now when you listen to what Van Rooyen is then saying, she then lays it bare to say that the minister has only the policy powers to exercise here. And it's a key issue as far as the commission is concerned. This is one of the key issues that the commission will need to determine as to say that was there overreach here, in the words of the police commissioner? Was there an overreach that was, that happened? Or was there, as the chairperson of the commission was also trying to understand, to say that, is it always as clear-cut to say that it's unlawful when you think about what the minister has to say? Because at some point the minister can ask some questions about certain matters and maybe say, change direction to this or that. But Van Rooyen is very clear to say that even the Constitution is clear that you cannot be held liable in the service for an unlawful instruction. So it's going to be interesting then to see what the Minister, Senzo Mchunu, has to say about this particular matter, but also speaking about the powers of the Deputy Police Commissioner, and remember the allegations that have been made against General Shadrack Sibiya. So it's going to be interesting because she is very clear to say that as the deputy, you report to the National Police Commissioner. You cannot execute mandates from the minister when you are the deputy because you report to the National Commissioner. So a lot is being said about that, but also coming into sharp focus the work of Parliament. Remember, Mkhwanazi did say this is the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, saying that these issues were ventilated in March before he went public in July, speaking about these issues to the Portfolio Committee. And Van Rooyen is saying that, in fact, the Portfolio Committee, in her view, failed because they didn't act. And this is a failure on their mandate. So a lot is being said about this testimony. It's quite crucial when you think about whose powers end where and how each person is supposed to exercise their mandate.
Connectivity is where it all starts, but it's only the beginning. From AI to cloud to cybersecurity and IoT, Vodacom Business offers so much more, powering South Africa's boldest organizations. Always connected, always protected, always moving forward. Named South Africa's most trusted enterprise telecommunications provider 2 years running. Search Vodacom Business. Together, let's build the extraordinary. Vodacom Business. Further together.
My name is Tabo Senong. I'm a football coach and also a SABC Sport football analyst. Besides football events, what do I like attending? It's got to be definitely seminars, workshops. If I was not coaching football, tough one, but I'll consider coaching athletics. My favorite African song, I'll definitely go for Shosholoza because of its historical significance. What I like about SABC Sport, it's got to be the SABC Sport Extra show because it's very brief. It allows viewers who have busy lifestyles to catch up about the latest sports.
Catch the top-class football analysis of the beautiful game on match days with Thabo Bookworm Senong, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Amakosi want gold and black to be the only visible colors on the field. Meanwhile, the Luanda-based visitors Kabuskop plan to upset Amafana Boktula Nakolo. This is the first preliminary round of the CAF Confederation Cup. Catch the second leg encounter between Kaizer Chiefs and Kabuskop SCP on Saturday 27 September at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC2 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Oh, hello. Let's do a little word association. I'll say some phrases, you see how they make you feel. Retirement, credit card balance, another interest rate hike. Still calm? Well then, you've got the F Factor. It's that special something that comes from having a clear financial plan to manage and protect your finances. If you broke into a sweat, you probably don't have it yet. Visit livewithconfidence.co.za to up your F Factor. Sanlam. Live with confidence. T's and C's apply. Sanlam Life is a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP.
Good day, South Africa. Mark Haskins here, SABC Sport football analyst. My favorite meal between breakfast, lunch, and supper is probably breakfast, even though I'm very much a foodie, so I don't turn away food at any time of the day. I remember the guys used to sing Tula Mama, Mama, Mama. And then when we translated, it was like, really? You're telling your mom to be quiet? Is that really something you would do? What I love about South African football fans is really the passion. My favorite African dish, I would have to say, is mogodo. We call it pens and poikis because of my big calves. I've always been called potris. You know, just make sure you tune in, make sure you support the SABC. We will bring you the best local content and international content.
Catch the exciting analysis of the beautiful game on match days with Mark Huskins, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Spa brings you 4 days of even more. From 25 to 28 September. Get 2-ply Baby Soft toilet rolls, 18s, any two for 220. Save 118 Rand. Or 400-gram Sunlight Laundry Bar, buy 3 for 48. Save 12 Rand. It's 4 days of even more. Only at Spa. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
This week on FC Meets.
Tisetso and Bandile chat to TS Galaxy's rising Bafana star Kumlani Ndamane. Find out how this defensive gem handles the pressure of being a starting 11 regular, national duty responsibilities, and overseas ambitions. Tune in to SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4 on Saturday, 27 September at 6 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus.
FC Meets. Football made for community by community. Rechange again.
Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, let's continue now with looking at the testimony today at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And let's quickly take Sbatle Mota, who has been tracking this for us. Sbatle, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for your time. So quick one. Let's just, wrap the testimony for us as far as this morning and the better part of the day is concerned.
Definitely, Bongiwe. I think what Major General Petronella van Rooyen has done here is corroborate Masimola's testimony as well as Mkwanazi's testimony, saying that the disbandment of the political killings task team lies exclusively with the National Commissioner General Fanny Masimola, and this has been the contentious issue where a directive came from Minister Senzo Mchunu at the end of December last year, saying that this PKTT must be disbanded. But with his directive, Masimola as well as Mkwanazi were not informed, and better yet, Masimula was on leave while this directive was taken. So I think what Petronella has done is also just put the law behind this decision and saying that even the Deputy Police Commissioner, Shedrick Sibia, who's obviously the Deputy Police Commissioner for Crime Detection, also had no authority to carry out this instruction by Senzo Mchunu. So I think she has corroborated their evidence and, just put that nail in that coffin to say that it was not Senzo Mchunu's directive or decision to make.
And now, are they going to come back after lunch?
Well, it seems like we may come back after lunch, Bongiwe, for her just to continue her testimony.
All right. Okay. Sbatli, I'm going to quickly let you go because I know you have to also, feed the bulletins that are coming up in just under 2 minutes. And that's Sbatli Mota there, my colleague, who is watching the developments at the Madlanga Commission for us. And also you think about what has come out so far from the commission. And it's interesting. I mean, I'm keen to hear from you on what do you make of this, because it does seem to be like, when you listen to the current witness, right, it does seem to be like they were at pains, not only with this particular minister, but for a very long time to try and clarify the roles as far as how far does the minister go and how far does the National Police Commissioner go, but also the Provincial Commissioner themselves, and also the men and women in blue as well. So ultimately, when you think about the fact that this is the work that is so critical to the police, because I mean, crime intelligence, right? Let's circle back to 2018 when you see what is in that report by Sidney Mufamadi, that high-level panel review report looking at state security, and how he was saying that it has been politicized in order to fight factional battles. And then, and he was saying within the ruling party, it's there. If you Google the high panel level review report on state security, it's all there. And then you move to the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. We heard there what was laid bare in terms of allegations of what was going on there. And then we subsequently then saw the report from the Zondo Commission of Inquiry also speaking about crime intelligence and how things had been politicized there. Here we are again speaking about crime intelligence and how some of the issues continue to plague this particular entity. And it'll be interesting to hear from the crime intelligence head himself to say, how then did he read all of this? Because it does seem to be a huge issue and have been a huge issue for them. So it's going to be quite, the task that Madlanga and the commissioners will now have in order to be able to determine whether or not, how far this has gone. So we'll take you back even after 2 o'clock and give you a sense of what is currently taking place there. It's 1 o'clock. It's time now for the news.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.2 FM in Tohoyandou.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, Madlanga Commission hears testimony of frameworks governing SAPS and weather warning issued for Gauteng. For SAFM News, I'm Onda Lambana, and a very good day. Major General Petronella van Rooyen has testified that even if the disbandment of the political killings task team was discussed with President Cyril Ramaphosa, it does not make it law. Van Rooyen, who is the head of governance, legislation and policy at the Legal Services Division at SAPS, is testifying on the legislative framework governing the police service. Earlier this week, National Police Commissioner General Fandi Masemula testified that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had informed him that President Ramaphosa had approved the disbanding of the PKTT. Major General Van Rooyen elaborates.
Government's policy does not only relate to the decision or view of a president and a minister, and this is even more pertinent in view of our current government of national unity. So it cannot be proposed that even if it was discussed with the president, it has now become government's policy or government's intention to dissolve the PKTT.
City Power has confirmed that a team of the Hawks visited its headquarters in Johannesburg today as part of the ongoing investigation that began in 2024. The Hawks had previously served City Power with a formal request for information into allegations relating to fraud and corruption worth more than 500 million rand at the municipal entity. City Power's Isaac Mangena says today's visit by the Hawks is part of the normal course of the investigation and was not a raid.
I can confirm that the Hawks visited City Power this morning as part of their ongoing investigation into the allegations that were basically flagged with them in November 2024. And they have been basically requesting some information now and then, and we have been cooperating, and we will, as City Power, be cooperating with any of the investigations, either by the Hawks or any other authorized legal entity of government.
Fisheries Minister Dion George has welcomed the arrest of alleged abalone poachers and smugglers in two separate incidents in the Western Cape this week. Police intercepted a truck near Rawsonville in the Barland on Monday and seized dried abalone worth 5 million rand. 2 people were arrested. A day later, 9 suspected poachers were nabbed near Robben Island during a joint operation between the department, the police and other law enforcement agencies. George says a police drone was used to arrest the suspects. Police recovered diving equipment and gear. Scores of family, friends and colleagues of slain tax official Thamsanqa Moya have gathered at Soweto's Dibkloof Community Hall to pay tribute to him at a memorial service. The National Taxi Alliance's Gauteng chairperson was killed in a hail of bullets along Soweto Highway whilst to a taxi meeting in the Johannesburg CBD. The motive for his killing is not yet known and his assailants are yet to be arrested. NTA spokesperson Theo Malele.
It is with heavy hearts that we say this, but we really feel proud for having been one of his friends and one of his colleagues that we've brushed shoulders with him. He was quite a dedicated operator who had a vision for the taxi industry, who would stop at nothing to broker peace where he saw fit.
The South African Weather Service has issued a yellow level 2 warning, which could result in heavy downpours leading to flooding in the Gauteng province. The Weather Service says there is also a possibility of damaging winds and hail over the southern parts and central areas of the province. Forecaster Litluhonolo Tobela.
Otherwise, can expect isolated to a sketchy chance of showers and thunder showers into the afternoon, covering the northwest all the way to parts of KwaZulu-Natal and the southern parts of Limpopo. For tomorrow, just isolated showers and thunder showers expected over Gauteng, the northwest, as well as into the Free State province. However, for the northern parts of the Northern Cape, can expect a sketchy to a widespread chance of showers and thunder showers into the afternoon.
Recapping the top story, Major General Petronella van Rooyen has testified that even if the disbandment of the political killing stars team was discussed with President Cyril Ramaphosa, it does not make it law. I'm Mondelambana for SFM News headlines at 1:30.
The heavyweights of German football, the Bavarians, are chasing for a win, while the River Islanders want to triple their efforts to stop the reigning champions. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch Bayern München up against SV Werder Bremen on Friday, 26 September at 8:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
80 years of innovation, and we are just getting started. The CSIR, an entity that falls within the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, together with the global sustainable technology and innovation community, presents the CSIR at 80 GISTIC Conference in Pretoria from 8 to 10 October. Held under the theme Science, Technology and Innovation for a Sustainable Future, the conference brings together global change makers shaping solutions for a sustainable future. Catch SAFM live on Wednesday, 8 October for exclusive conversations shaping the future of sustainability. The CSIR, 80 years of touching lives through innovation.
The wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
This year, the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival offers you 3 days of the heart and art of jazz from the 26th until the 27th of September across 4 stages at the Sandton Convention Centre. You can see the likes of Esperanza Spalding, the Bala Project, Jasmine Horn, Alune Wade, Steve Betty, Michelle Ndengocello, Steve Dyer, featuring Amazwi Choir alongside Gabby Matubi, and of course 50 other world-class acts that are expecting you and yours. Take me there. Buy your tickets now through Ticketmaster.
Think about 6 years ago, when Amapiano was just a musical instrument, when streaming meant watching water flow, not videos online, and remote work was only said when your remote batteries died. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Who's behind the mask? A singing pineapple? A disco dancing dokolosh? It can only mean one thing. It's the Masked Singer US Season 9, the only show where celebrities hide behind wild costumes and even wilder vocals. Is that Beyonce? No, it's your dentist dressed as a giant taco. Unmask the madness, the mystery and the mayhem, Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. S3's got the masks, the music, and maybe your favorite celeb in a flamingo suit. Don't miss it.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Well, a very good afternoon to you from a rather cold Johannesburg. The weather seems to be turning in our side of the country, looking like we're going to have ourselves a cold and rainy day today. Hope you're having a good one thus far. It is lunchtime at the Madlanga Commission, and so we thought we'd sneak into this gap and bring you some regular programming on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. And coming up today, we are going to touch base with Usibahle Mota, who's our SABC reporter, just reflecting back on day 6 of what's happening and unfolding out in Pretoria. Of course, this morning we saw Major General Petronella Margarita van Rooyen. We got schooled by General Mkhwanazi at the beginning of the commission, and he said by police protocols we can actually drop all the majors and the lieutenants in front that precede General and just call everyone General. So, yes, to simplify things. So, General Margarita van Rooyen is on the stand this morning, and she's the head of governance, legislation and policy at the Legal Services Division in the South African Police Service. So we'll find out more from Sbatle what's come out of that morning sitting thus far. And then we're going to be in conversation with Zolambata. Listen, I want you to actually
come a little bit closer for this conversation because it's a very, very important one. I got to see on the telly the other day, and we've sort of touched on this topic before, but it's good to revisit it again in depth as often as we possibly can because we keep finding ourselves in this situation. Zola Mbata is an attorney and a fiduciary specialist, and she's got experience in estate planning and estate administration. And I thought we'd have this conversation because of the headlines surrounding that battle for the 44.7 million rand pension of the late Deputy President David Mabuza that's playing out at the Mpumalanga High Court in Mbombela. And I mean, if families at that level still don't understand, what governs pension funds and how we go about estate planning and what needs to be considered. Can you imagine you and I, layman on the ground? So it's very important for us to keep having this conversation as regularly as we possibly can until we understand it. So Zola Mbata is going to be joining us, and she's going to be walking us through all the things that we need to know. Our lines are open, by the way, on 061-410-4107. That's our WhatsApp line. If you want to send through a WhatsApp voice note, you're more than welcome to, especially if it comes to matters around pension funds and estate planning. Zola would be able to give you some advice. Please don't diddle-daddle on this one because we literally have this lunch break to get to it. So if you want the information, if you want some advice, if you've got an entanglement that's happening at the moment and you want to know how to move forward, then she might be the right person to give you that advice. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m., only on S3. S3, open out.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, let's get into the crux of the matter quickly with Usibahle Mota, SABC news reporter. And this is just a quick touch base, Bahle, to know what's happening on day 6 at the commission today. Good afternoon to you. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Bridget, for having me.
Thank you so much for the time. So General Van Rooyen is on the stand this morning, today. Thus far, what has been of interest?
I think what is interesting to note here is that General Van Rooyen's testimony has corroborated, that of Mkhwanazi and Masemola, just saying that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had no authority to disband the political killings task team. And just she further goes to say that, Senzo Mchunu's prerogative is just legislation and national police policy rather than operational matters. So I think that is important to note, Bridget. As we know, the process to disband this political killings task team seemingly came from a decision that was solely made by Minister Senzo Mchunu at the end of December last year without consulting the National Police Commissioner, who is the one who's authorized to disband the political killings task team. And just to remind the listener, he sent her a letter on the 31st of December 2024, and this was when the National Police Commissioner was on leave, and he was only scheduled to come back on the 14th of January, and Masimola's leave was actually approved by Senzo Mchunu. So Senzo Mchunu decides to disband the PKTT when Masimola was on leave, and he issues this directive, which obviously led to quite a lot of questions, even from General Mkhwanazi, to say, I mean, why is this decision coming from the police minister when it should be coming from the National Police Commissioner? I mean, this eventually led to Mkhwanazi, approaching Masimola about the decision, and Masimola didn't know anything about this decision, which then compelled him to even approach Senzo Mchunu to sort of like clarify why he'd make such a decision. So Petronella's evidence has corroborated that of Mkhwanazi and Masimola to say that Mchunu had no authority to disband the political killings task team.
I was watching this morning, and I think she endeavored to explain to us these processes in the lamest way. There was an exchange between her and the chair at one point where they were debating the suggestive nature versus an instruction. And she went on to say, for instance, if the minister had to sit in community in Cape Town, where community would bring grievances around the gang violence and the killings in Cape Town, the minister is well within to give advice and say perhaps we should prioritize some matters in Cape Town around gang violence, versus giving a said instruction to say, do this. So she's done a very good job, I think, of just helping us understand that in the easiest way. Who are we to anticipate comes next after Petronella? Do we know as yet whether or not it would be, for instance, a Minister Mchunu or it would be General Sibiya?
Not at all. So I think what is important for me to highlight again, Bridget, is that this is phase one of the commission, and the lead evidence leader has said that there will be 3 phases. So I think what we can anticipate are people who have laid these grievances against the police, against Senzo Mchunu, as well as the decision that he has taken. So I do anticipate that one of the people that we may see even in this phase one of the commission is General Dumsani Khumalo, who is also like a very crucial figure in cracking some of the big cases, the Ket Matlala's cases. He has led the political killings task team, and we can expect from him to actually tell us some of the challenges that they have encountered in cracking very big cases, and subsequently the decision for him, the decision to disband the PKTT. And also remember, General Khumalo is being charged in another case that Mkhwanazi and Masimola believe is politically motivated because of the political killings task team. So I think we can anticipate some investigators in the in the first phase of the Madlanga Commission. And in the second phase, that's when we can anticipate the Senzo Mchunu and your General CDS, who will then, put their side of the story. And this is where also the cross-examination will come in. So I think right now the focus will be on people involved in investigators and possibly even prosecutors involved in the political killings task team.
Awesome. Sibahle Mota, thank you so much for the time. That was SABC News reporter Sibahle Mota, just touching base on that Madlanga Commission and some of the highlights that have come out from day 6. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock. We're going to take a quick pause and then we'll be right back in conversation with Zola Mbata, who is a fiduciary specialist with senior experience in estate planning and, of course, estate administration. We're talking estate planning, we're talking pension funds, regulations, challenges, and all that stuff. So if you do have something that you'd like to ask her, if you do have a matter that is pending, 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp. If you can try and make it as short as possible so she can be sure to help you, that'd be great.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The Buccaneers are chasing for nothing but victory as Godini. But Southern African neighbors, the Stars, believe they will shine away from home. This is the first preliminary round of the CAF Champions League. Catch the second leg match between Orlando Pirates and Diodi FC on Saturday 27 September at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
So I thought that we'd have this conversation again with Zolambata around estate planning and pension funds. Just the other week, it was Will's Week. I think it was last week that it was Will's Week. And of course, we've seen the headlines, the battle over the 44.7 million rand pension fund of the late Deputy President David Mabuza. And it's playing out at the Mpumalanga High Court between his daughter, Tamara, and his wife. And so I thought Zola could help us understand a little bit, what's happening in that particular situation, where our challenges also with understanding how pension funds are regulated and how they work, and matters about these nomination forms, and all that good stuff. Zola, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. I'm good. How are you, Susie?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it. Welcome. Maybe let's jump off by understanding, firstly, the difference between what governs estates when it comes to wills and things like that, because we assume that if you have a will, then it takes care of everything. But I saw you on TV saying, not so much.
Not at all. So lovely to hear that you saw me on TV, Bridget.
I did.
So look, it's been making me busy, I have to say. And I'm very glad about it, because this is a very important discussion, estate planning. What makes estate planning such an important discussion is because it literally has, if you don't plan for your estate, the havoc that happens after you pass away has the potential of breaking your family apart. Now, if you understand, and I always approach estate planning from the worst case scenario. I do this because of the 13 years of experience, but because of how much I've seen families suffer because of lack of estate planning. Now, if you understand how bad it is, if you don't plan for your estate, you are obviously required to then stand up and plan urgently. Now, the first thing we need to understand is this. An estate are your assets. The assets that you own with your ID number. Okay? This, in most general, from an achievement perspective, will be your home, your houses, if you have multiple houses, your cars, and your bank accounts, your shares, if you have shares, units, everything that you purchased using your ID number. That's what falls in your estate. And only that can be regulated by a will. You can then say in your last will and testament, I, Zola, want Bridget to be the executor of my estate. That's the first thing you are pointing out in your will. Who is going to represent you the day after you pass away? And then afterwards, you then say, I want such and such assets to be given to such and such people. You can give cash away. You can give jewelry away. You can even write a memorial letter. I want to write this letter to my children. It's attached to my will. But everything that's got to do with your estate is regulated and dictated to by your last will and testament. And should you fail to do a will, which is basically what most South Africans are doing, because I think the statistic right now in South Africa is, it hasn't even reached 20%, Bridget, of people dying with a valid will. It means 80% of people in South Africa are dying interstate. Now, if you fail to do a will, your estate will be distributed with Interstate Succession Act. And this act will determine who is your heir based on the category of your relation. That's an estate. A pension fund, which is what is currently happening in the DD Mabuza matter, is regulated by a completely different thing than a will, which is called Section 37C of the Pension Fund Act. Why I'm specifically naming the section, Bridget, instead of saying the Pension Fund Act, is because I want people to go on Google and read this act. This act stipulates that there are a group of people they call trustees that will determine upon your death who is getting your pension, and they will determine based on the dependency. The key word with pension is dependency, and that's what Tamara is saying in her father's estate. In her father's pension fund claim rather. I'm a dependent. I'm still at school. He was still giving me money, lunch money, by the time he passed away. Therefore, I should have qualified as a dependent and given part of this 44.7 million. Instead, it only went to one person. That's what the main issue of contention is. So if you understand the two differences, there's an estate, it's regulated by a will, and then there's a pension, which is regulated by Section 37C.
Yeah. I want to sneak this in before we have to go to the headline news. You talk about the trustees that
Yes.
then make the determination based on dependency, right?
Yes, yes.
Let's also understand how that works a little bit. We'll continue after the headline news, but let's understand how that framework works, because you in pension funds, right? You get your nomination form where you can nominate who's the beneficiary of your pension fund.
100%.
But
So,
that can be overridden.
Yes. That's exactly what I wanted you to say, Bridget. The nomination form is not a will. It's not the last word. It can be overridden by your trustees, should they feel, by the trustees and these trustees, Bridget, just from a layman perspective, it's not someone you appoint yourself. You never have a say who this is. This is someone appointed by your pension fund administrator. If you have a pension fund with Telkom administrator will appoint the trustees. If you have a pension fund with Alexander Forbes, such as Didi Mabuza had, the Alexander Forbes trustees are the ones that are deciding. They will look at your nomination form as a considering factor. They will look at it and think, oh, okay, Bridget nominated Zola to be the sole benefit of this pension, but we have evidence that Bridget was taking care of everyone else. They can override Zola or give Zola a share based on the dependency need of each person who has applied. And that's the other last thing people need to understand. You won't be called a dependent or of the pension fund unless you actively apply. So then the question should be, did Tamara apply as a dependent, or did she only find out after it was granted? And these are the sets of facts that will come out during the course of this case.
I want us to pause there and then we'll come back. I love a woman who's conscious of the time. We'll come back after the headline news. And I think I also want to understand the application part of the process. We are in conversation with Uzola Mbata, and she is a fiduciary expert. She knows all things that need to be known about estate planning, pension funds, and she's helping us understand this very important conversation. And I know there's challenges at times when it comes to these issues. So because we have a short show today, if you do have something on your mind, you want to get that voice note in right now on 061 410 4107.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Ekurhuleni Metro Council is expected to consider a motion to suspend the Deputy Chief of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, Julius Mkhwanazi, this over alleged links to businessman Vusumuzi Ket Madlanga. The Madlanga Commission has heard how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner for Crime Detection, General Shadrack Sibiya, had no authority to carry out an order disbanding the Political Killings Task Team. And tensions remain high at Yeovil Clinic in Johannesburg after foreign nationals again denied access at the medical facility. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Get down to Dischem this Friday 26th to Sunday 28th September for our 1 weekend only 2+1 cheapest free deals on the widest range of sports supplements and energy drinks from top brands like Biogen, NPL, USN, Primal, Optimum Nutrition, Muscle Tech, 32GI and more. Get expert advice from our in-store consultants to help you reach your health and fitness goals. Excludes all advertised products. Only at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
This summer, the continent unites for the biggest football showdown in Africa. The Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025 is coming to your screens, live and available on SABC TV channels, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and across your favorite SABC radio stations. Catch all 52 thrilling matches, stand behind Bafana Bafana, and experience every goal, every cheer, and every victory from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. SABC Sport brings you all the AFCON 2025 action, live and free, because it's game on everywhere.
For the love of the game.
Think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Lina Lakake Tlompokekana, I'm former Mamelodi Sundowns captain. I'm a sports analyst la go SABC Sport. When I'm home, I try by all means to practice cooking. My favorite home cooked meal, I'll go for pap and masonja because I can prepare that with easy. What do I normally get up to when I get a moment to myself? I would easily, play my guitar. I try to practice a lot of Tracy Chapman. My favorite foreign language is French. Bonjour, comment ça va? So if I didn't play beautiful football, I think I was gonna be a baseball player. What do I like about SABC Sport is the fact that we given an opportunity to educate.
Catch the exciting Diski analysis by Sompo Long Range Gagana on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Spa Baby Proteas will take part in the Netball World Youth Cup 2025 in Gibraltar from the 19th until the 28th of September. These are our rising stars. Hashtag Together We Rise, brought to you by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Dis-Chem has the best deals just for you, with everything you need on your healthy living journey. Buy 3, get the cheapest free on the Future Life range for nutrient-rich meals for the whole family. Get 2+1 cheapest free on all delicious traditionally baked Alet's rusks and save 20% on Primal Apple Cider Vinegar 120 capsules to boost your metabolism. Offers valid until 19 October at Dis-Chem, your healthy living destination. Better health starts here.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport football analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumele Nkune's analysis of Bola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we continue with Uzolambata, I see some of your WhatsApps and we're going to try and get to them in the next 10 minutes before we wrap the show. Zola, as we went into the headlines, you were talking about making sure that you yourself are nominated or application.
Yes. So so just to touch on the nomination aspect, you obviously can't control who nominates you. That's why the trustees can override the nomination or use it only as a consideration factor. Now, the onus then falls on the dependent to apply upon the death of the person that they were depending on, right?
Okay.
Now, what that means is, for example, if we use the former Deputy President Diki Mabuza's daughter as an example, had she applied, we don't know though, that did she actually apply to Alexandra Forbes? There are forms that the pension fund administrator releases to you. You contact them. Hi, so-and-so, my father has passed away. I know that he had a pension with you. I am a dependent. Kindly forward the forms I can use to apply. That's what a person needs to do, especially if they're not within the circle of the family. And by that, I mean maybe a woman who has children with the deceased that is outside of the family.
Yes.
That person obviously won't get an update from inside the family because they're an outsider. It's then upon them to protect the interests of those minor children by going to the pension fund administrator and asking for the forms so they can apply and show the proof of dependency. They then submit those forms, and the pension fund administrator has legally 12 months to review that application and approve, which is also one of the things that has been surprising about this matter. The pension fund was approved so quickly, where others usually take long.
Very interesting. And I guess on one hand, maybe, I'm sidebarring a little bit, thinking out loud. On the one hand, because it's the deputy president, maybe Alex Forbes just wanted to be like quick, fast, in a hurry. And also not really go against his wishes. If he made an application, they were like, okay, we'll stick to it.
We'll stick to his nomination form.
You know what I mean?
I love that you are the one who said it, Bridget, but I fully, I agree with you.
The other thing that I found of interest, which is to the point of what you've just made now, because on the telly you were saying that you can see how messy particularly a man's existence was. When it comes to his pension fund. And it speaks to what you're just saying now about, you use polite words to say, if you're outside of the family, we know that, especially in some of our communities, there will be other families outside. A man has got other children, other commitments, other people. And those people are not part of those conversations that are happening when the person is deceased.
Yeah, look, out of spirit of fairness, Bridget, we have to say this, and I know I make quite a few bold statements, but I always back them up because of the cases I've seen, right?
Yeah.
So I did a video at the beginning of August on Section 37C where I was saying to people, because men will have an extramarital relationship, side chicks, if we were to call it informally, and then they will hide it from their spouses, which is fine. But what they do is they then make payments to these side girlfriends. And these payments are then used later as proof of dependency. So it's not only that you're hiding the relationship while you are in it, the consequences of your actions while you were living come out. And they always come out because of the Section 37C. I call it, it's chaotic because of the promiscuous behavior, predominantly of African men. That's why the payout of pension funds when it comes to predominantly black families is so chaotic as opposed to the other races, which has more order. And I'm not even going into the politics or the whole semantics of who cheats more, who doesn't. I'm just saying the careless behavior of more particularly a man will always come out in his pension fund payouts when he has passed away. Now, in the same token, and that's where the spirit of fairness comes in the same token, the children that were born then outside of that marriage, their interests have to be taken care of. They have to still go through primary, high school, and varsity. And this is why the application process is so important to follow, whether you were inside the marriage or you were outside of the marriage. The only way we can avoid all of this is for men to spend their money, their wealth, their family wealth within the borders of their family so that the wealth doesn't go out of the family once they have passed away. I hope that makes sense.
Or even the simplest thing is to be honest with yourself, because Bridget doesn't have the preview of your pension fund while you are living. So you know that you've got children, you know you've got other responsibilities, you know you've got other partners and families. So go do the right thing, forward hand in your nomination form, and make sure that those people are named there.
Precisely, including doing a lost will and testament. You can't be a person and you're very aware. As a man, you can't have extramarital children and you intentionally do not do a lost will and testament because you're scared. You're scared that someone is going to see that will, or more importantly, because you're scared of choosing only the children of your marriage. That's the behavior of people, and it impacts even their last will and testament drafting capabilities. I got a call this morning from someone who's saying, my father had multiple children, but he didn't marry a single one of our mothers. And now the only responsible one, we want them to be an executor. But I said, because he didn't do a will, everyone must now nominate the executor in that estate, including the baby mamas of the children that are under the age of 18. So it now has to be a collaborative team effort. Meanwhile, none of them were getting along when the man was alive. It becomes worse once he has passed away.
Yeah.
That's for the man. For the woman, if you have children and you are dating, you're starting a new relationship while you have these children and you have built assets for these children, please get married out of communal property, because that affects your willing ability. If you get married in communal property, you can only will away half of those assets to your children now. So get married out of communal property, do a last will and testament, even if you got married out of communal property, because these men will also come back and claim as spousal dependents against your children's house. So people can't just go in and out of relationships, make legal and financial decisions as if there are no consequences, and then fail to do estate planning, because the people that suffer when they pass away are definitely their children.
Zola, I wish we had more time, because what I learned from the conversation on the telly, and maybe we'll ask for your time on a different day, and you touch on it now, is also just the interplay between family court and the laws that regulate marriages and how that comes into effect with pension funds and Section 37C, etc., etc. There's so much to understand about this, but the simplest takeaway is just try to preempt the worst situation and plan for it whilst you are still living. We are going to wrap it there with Uzola Mbata. We appreciate your time. Are you on social media, by the way, quickly, for anyone who might want to pose a question?
I am, yes. So you can find me on Instagram, I think. I also have a lot of videos on TikTok on these subjects we touched today. But my inbox on TikTok is a bit overwhelming right now. So if you want to urgently get an answer, I would advise you to use Instagram.
Awesome stuff. That was Zola Mbata. She is an attorney and fiduciary expert, just walking us through some of the things that we need to understand. You can rewind back on this podcast. Apologies for those who sent through questions. We just didn't get the time to it. We thought we would, but we didn't. That's where we have to leave it for this afternoon. We're going to get into some kids programming with Side by Side. Should take us to the top of the hour, and then your news, top of the hour news, are coming up with Ondela.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Asibambisane. Zini na zini. Ayikhomaneni. Hartsoraneni. Say and say. Side by side.
Good afternoon and welcome to Side by Side, brought to you by the National Department of Health, Ilifa Labantwana, and the SABC Education. I hope you're having a great afternoon. Today, let's talk about developmental milestones for children aged between 3 and 4 years, a time where little ones are learning so quickly, becoming more independent and showing their unique personalities. And also showing their unique personalities. As we heard from our drama episode yesterday, how Lerato and friends reflected on Kayoni's milestones and how parents can support their child's growth during this exciting stage. To help us dive deeper into what to expect and how to nurture your child's development, we're joined by Ms. Wanzi Zulu, an occupational therapist, who brings valuable insights and experience on this important topic. Ms. Zulu, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for always making time for us. When we look at children between the ages of 3 and 4, what are some of the key milestones parents should expect to see?
Hi, Ms. P. It's great to be back with you today. When we're looking at children between the ages of 3 and 4, they are making huge leaps in their development. And we can look at it in the different areas of development, starting with physical development. They can run, jump, climb, and balance with more confidence. Many of them are able to stand on one leg now. They can pedal a tricycle, and they start to dance more rhythmically to music. With fine motor skills, you'll see more control with their hands. They may be able to draw simple shapes, stack blocks, cut with scissors, and thread beads. And in language development, their vocabulary has grown very quickly. They start to speak in full sentences. They ask endless why questions, and they retell simple stories. They can also follow simple 2 or 3 step instructions. And then lastly, with social and emotional growth, friendships start to become more important. They learn to play cooperatively, show empathy, and take pride in doing things on their own. But we must remember that every child develops at their own pace, and these milestones are more of a general guideline of what's happening at this age.
Once parents know what to look out for, how can they best support their child's growth and development at this stage?
The best support comes from a balance of structure and play. Children need freedom to explore, but also the security of routine and gentle guidance. Some practical ways include encouraging movement, giving them space and opportunities for active play like running, climbing, or kicking a ball, and fine motor play like building with blocks or drawing is just as important. You can also boost their language by reading together every day, singing songs, and having conversations, and by letting them ask questions, even if there are hundreds of them. We can also support social skills by arranging play dates, modeling, sharing, and turn taking, and guiding them through little conflicts so that they learn how to resolve them. Nurturing emotions can be done by acknowledging their feelings, teaching simple coping strategies, and reassuring them when they're upset. And to stimulate thinking, you can offer puzzles, memory games, and imaginative play. These challenge their problem solving and creativity in fun ways. Parents don't need fancy programs, just consistent engagement and involvement in everyday activities.
And what are some of the simple everyday things they can do to help their baby grow and develop well?
Learning opportunities can be found in the simplest moments every single day. At 3 to 4 years old, children thrive when parents spend time with them. You can connect through routines, talking while cooking, cuddling at bedtime, singing in the car. These small interactions help to shape brain development. To help build independence, you can let them dress themselves, help with simple chores, or set the table so that they feel proud and capable of doing things on their own. To support emotions, you can teach them to name their feelings and practice calming strategies like taking deep breaths or asking for help. You can encourage creative play by painting, making collages, or role-playing games to fuel imagination and fine motor skills. It's also important to spend time outdoors, exploring the garden, collecting leaves, or running together. Nature sparks curiosity and builds physical skills. It's not always about changing your activities, but rather being present in the things that you are doing already.
What physical change should parents notice in their child around this age?
Physically, children become more coordinated and confident around this age. We also start to notice better balance while climbing playground equipment, hopping, and starting to skip. They have improved hand strength using crayons with control, cutting with scissors, or attempting to write letters, and they also grow in their independence, being able to feed themselves more neatly and dress with fewer mistakes.
Round about this age, 3 and 4, how active should children be and what kind of play helps build their physical skills?
Children at this age should be active throughout the day with calm breaks and naps as needed. Play is their workout, and their day should aim for a mix of big body movements plus smaller hand-focused movements. It's through variety that they develop strength, balance, and coordination.
Is it normal if some children are slower with things like running, climbing, and using their hands?
Yes, it can be completely normal. Every child develops at their own pace, and some may be quicker climbers, but with slower hand and fine motor skills, like drawing, or the other way around. What matters is steady progress over time. If delays seem significant, for example, if a child avoids playing altogether or struggles to use both hands, or isn't making any progress in a specific area for an extended period, that's when we would check in with a health professional.
What emotional changes can parents expect? I mean, things like tantrums, independence, or sharing.
With all the changes in their own skills and the expectations others have of them, Children around this age start to experience very big emotions. You'll see a strong desire for independence and wanting to do everything by themselves, frustration when things don't go their way, leading to tantrums at times, growth in empathy, noticing when others are upset and wanting to help them, and early understanding of sharing and turn taking, though this still does need guidance. This stage is all about learning to manage feelings with support from parents.
How can parents encourage kindness, sharing, and teamwork around this age?
All behaviors, good and bad, can be encouraged in the same way by modeling, practicing, and celebrating it. In this case, parents can praise sharing or helping when they see it. They can play simple group games that involve turn taking, use stories or role playing to show kindness in action, and encourage helping at home, like setting the table or feeding pets to build teamwork. Kindness grows best when children see it consistently in their environment.
How do friendships and playing with other children develop around this age?
At this stage of development, we usually see children moving from parallel play, which is playing side by side, to more cooperative play, where they make up games together, share ideas, and sometimes argue as they learn social rules. This is where friendships start to matter more. These first friendships teach them valuable skills in communication, compromise, and problem solving.
What kind of language skills should children have by the time they are 3 to 4 years old?
At this stage, we start to see children speaking in short sentences. They start to use pronouns like I, me, and you correctly. They also asking a lot of questions, telling simple stories, and they can be understood by familiar adults most of the time.
How can parents and caregivers encourage better communication and listening skills at this age?
Communication can be encouraged by intentionally communicating with them, by reading and talking often, and asking open-ended questions like, what do you think will happen next? You can also practice listening games like Simon Says, or copying clapping patterns. Modeling listening can also show them what good listening looks like by pausing, making eye contact, and responding thoughtfully. These habits turn everyday moments into language building opportunities.
If a child is not talking clearly by age 4, should parents be concerned?
That would depend on how each child is speaking. Some speech sound errors are still normal at 4 years old, but if your child is hard to understand even for family, isn't using sentences, or seems frustrated by communication, these could be signs that an evaluation from a speech therapist is needed. Early intervention can have a huge effect on a child's speech and confidence in these cases.
And what kind of problem solving or learning skills start to show at this age?
In terms of problem solving, around 3 years old, children begin to complete simple puzzles, sort objects by color or shape. They can count small groups of items. They love to ask why questions, as we said, and they try different solutions when things don't work. These are all building blocks for logical thinking and school readiness.
How do things like puzzles, drawing, or simple games help with brain development?
These types of activities help to build fine motor control, using small hands in the muscles, attention and focus, sticking to a task and finishing it, problem solving, testing and trying things again, as well as creative thinking and thinking in new ways.
How curious are 3 to 4 year olds, and what's the best way for parents to respond to all their questions and all their curiosity?
Toddlers are very curious. Their endless why questions show that they're making connections. The best response is patience. You can give them a simple answer, you can encourage them to explore, or you can turn the question back to them and ask them, what do you think? When toddlers ask why, they're not only using these questions to learn about how things work, but they're also learning about how they can communicate and interact with the person that they're asking.
What are some healthy routines parents should set to support growth, like sleeping, meals, and playtime?
Routines are very important. Looking at sleep, toddlers need about 10 hours a night with a nap during the day if needed. In terms of meals, they need 3 balanced meals a day with healthy snacks in between, avoiding too much sugar or processed foods. In terms of play, their days should be structured with both outdoor activities and calm indoor activities every day. The best thing that you can do is provide consistency. Predictable routines for waking, meals, and bedtime provide security and help children learn to regulate their emotions and behaviors.
Ms. Zulu, thank you so much for joining us today. In closing, where can parents go for support or advice if they are worried about their child's development?
If anyone is worried about their child's development, the best place to start is with their regular healthcare provider. This could be your pediatrician, a doctor or nurse or therapist at your local clinic. Any of these people can guide you to the right specialists if needed. In terms of therapists,
sources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. Time to switch and save. Call 08600 60,000 today.
On the top stories, a Ekurhuleni Council to consider suspending EMPD Deputy Chief and weather warning issued for Gauteng. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good day. Ekurhuleni Metro is expected to consider a motion to suspend the Deputy Chief of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, Julius Mkhwanazi. This is over alleged links to businessman Vusumuzi Ket Matlala. Mkhwanazi is accused of registering Matlala's vehicles as official municipal vehicles and fitting them with blue lights. He has denied the allegations. The Ekurhuleni City Council is expected to sit to consider and decide on Mkhwanazi's matter this afternoon. Meanwhile, the Madlanga Commission has heard how suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner for Crime Detection, General Shadrack Sibiya, had no authority to carry out an order disbanding the Political Killings Task Team. This is according to SAPS Major General Petronella van Rooyen, who was responding to a question posed by Commission Chairperson Mbuyiseli Madlanga. Van Rooyen is the head of Governance, Legislation and Policy at the Legal Services Division at the SAPS. She says Sibiya had no power to carry out Police Minister Senzo Mchunu's directive.
Can the Deputy National Commissioner say
once a minister has issued a directive, we are obliged to A, comply with it, B, implement it, notwithstanding what the National Commissioner says.
No, the Deputy National Commissioner does not have that power. And I am reminding you, Commissioner, that Section 199(6) of the Constitution says no member of a security services may comply with a manifestly illegal order.
Tensions remain high at Yeovil Clinic in Johannesburg after foreign nationals were again denied access at the medical facility. This after a WhatsApp voice note made rounds last night calling on all foreign nationals to gather at the clinic. Members of Operation Dudula and ordinary South Africans stormed the building and prohibited access to foreigners. The South African Weather Service has issued a yellow level 2 warning, which could result in heavy downpours leading to flooding in the Gauteng province. The Weather Service says there is also a possibility of damaging winds and hail over the southern parts and central areas of the province. Forecaster Litlohonolo Tobela.
Otherwise, you can expect isolated to a sketchy chance of showers and thunder showers into the afternoon, covering the northwest all the way to parts of KwaZulu-Natal and the southern parts of Limpopo. For tomorrow, just isolated showers and thunder showers expected over Gauteng, the northwest, as well as into the Free State province. However, for the northern parts of the Northern Cape, can expect a sketchy to a widespread chance of showers and thunder showers into the afternoon.
Recapping the top story, the Ekurhuleni Metro Council is expected to consider a motion to suspend the Deputy Chief of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, Julius Mkhwanazi. This is over alleged links to businessman Vusimuzi Cat Matlala. I am Ondelambana for SFM News.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. Visit outsurance.co.za today. You always get something out.
There are 1,500 reasons to get an Outsurance car insurance quote today. You heard it here. If Outsurance can't beat your car insurance premium, ask them for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Savings or cash, you always get something out. Get a quick and easy quote today. Simply call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, let's quickly take you back now to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry.
Let me just find it.
Yes. According
to the testimony of a National Commissioner, his instructions were ignored by a Deputy National Commissioner.
I think he also says that in the affidavit.
Yes.
In the High Court application.
Yes. And I think in this regard it may be important to note that oversight is really outside the organisation. In this case, the issue related to internal disregard of instructions, and especially in view of the chain of command in an organisation such as the police, the compliance of an instruction is critical to ensure that policing operations and command structures are respected. So I cannot disregard an instruction of my commander. It simply doesn't work that way in the police for good reason. And I realize, Chairperson, there's going to be exceptions, but I believe you will understand and appreciate the point as a general rule that I am making.
So can I just ask you just to clarify that point a bit? You say oversight is external. In other words, it is looking outward. As opposed to oversight that looks at the internal mechanisms.
There are internal mechanisms, for example, the discipline regulations, and that will be the appropriate manner to deal with subordination. But I think the focus has been so far, especially in the discussion on the oversight bodies. For example, parliamentary, the portfolio committee on police, even the other departments within the ministry, their involvement in this matter this matter falls outside that issue of an instruction of a junior, in this case the Deputy National Commissioner, disregarding the the instruction of his commander. And in that regard, oversight and the possibility of strengthening oversight should be carefully considered in view of the fact that it's not a normal process. And for example, by extending additional powers to a Chapter 9 institution, you cannot prevent this occurrence, or it couldn't have been foreseen to have prevent such an incident.
So in other words, this issue that the Commission is dealing with here at the level of fact, and assuming that evidence is accepted, it is not an indication of lack of oversight or even legislative inadequacies. Because you say in terms of the chain of command and the ordinary rules of employment, it was not to be expected that after the National Commissioner had instructed the Deputy National Commissioner to leave the issue with him, that the Deputy National Commissioner would go ahead and issue that letter in his own name, which we know from the evidence that the National Commissioner gave that he only found out about that letter much later. And that's the point you're making. It's not an oversight issue. It's not lack of oversight or legislative inadequacies, but it is, as you say, something that happened internally that could not have been anticipated.
That is correct, Mr. Madam. That is correct, Mr. Madam.
So I forgot to say, when I ask a question, you always respond to the chair. So the question, although it comes from me, the answer is always comes from me to the
Chair. I hope this is the last time I need to apologize for today.
No, sorry, it's my fault. I didn't hear that with you. It's my fault. I didn't hear that with you. In fact, that point about the National Commissioner only becoming aware of the existence of the letter signed by the Deputy National Commissioner much later, you say it cannot be overlooked. This is in paragraph 120. It points to the disregarding of an instruction of a commander in this case, the National Commissioner.
That is correct.
That is correct. If you can then proceed from 121.
In addition, the National Commissioner testified that he had doubts, though he did not express them, on the lawfulness of the instruction of a minister on the disbandment or the establishment of a PKTT, but elected to facilitate and oversee the winding down thereof on his terms. For reasons explained in his testimony, the nature of an organization such as the police requires a clear chain of command and requires respect for instructions and directives. The National Commissioner had no reason to doubt the bona fides of a minister at the time of a direction or directive, or to second-guess the motives of a minister. The apparent motives for the directive only became evident later. The reasonableness of the conduct of a National Commissioner in this regard ought to be considered within the context of the circumstances at the time, and as he indicated, he was surprised by the directive and the lack of explanation for the decision. However, the difficulties that flowed from the Minister's directive cannot be attributed to a lack or failure of oversight mechanisms. It is attributable to factors that came to light much later and on account of discoveries from the ongoing investigation testified to by the National Commissioner. These discoveries point to both the Minister's and General Sabia's conduct. In this regard, the National Commissioner testified at paragraph 184.2 subsequent phone records obtained from an attempted murder accused revealed communications implicating Lieutenant General Sabia in the forceful and immediate implementation of the Minister's directive to disband the PKTT. These records suggested that Sabia's actions were not merely procedural, but rather tied to deeper connections with individuals identified as members of a criminal cartel. The timing and urgency of his compliance appeared to align with imperatives to shield cartel members from ongoing investigations. This is the subject of an ongoing criminal investigation. Then the National Commissioner also at paragraph 188 stated, in respect of the Minister, knowing what I know now, what I've considered to be irrational and inexplicable encroachment upon operational issues is now explained by his desire to hold investigations against criminal cartels by disbanding the PKTT. By this I mean the evidence that has emerged with that links the Minister to Brown Khotsi, Kat Matlala and Lieutenant General Sibiya.
And if I can just pause there and qualify it the same way that you did when you refer to evidence that has been placed before this commission. It is obviously early days. It is obviously early days. And the commission will still hear more evidence. And this is all predicated on this evidence being accepted. And you say, if after hearing evidence of the minister, Lieutenant General Sibiya and all other relevant witnesses, and this evidence is found to be undisputed or to be accepted by the commission. The point you are making is both the conduct of Lieutenant General Sibiya and that of the Minister, and again I qualify it, if so far, does not point and or is not attributable to the lack of oversight mechanisms, the shortcomings in the legislative scheme that you touched on earlier. In essence, that's the point that you are making. Am I correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Am I correct?
That is correct,
Chair.
Commissioner. Yes. That is correct, Chair.
And this does not detract from the other legislative amendments, or at least the reforms. Perhaps let me just take one step back. This does not detract from the later point that you make, where you identify certain legislative gaps or certain oversight mechanisms which you deal with on a preliminary basis. And you make it clear in your affidavit that SAPS intends at a later stage to make comprehensive submissions to the Commission for its considerations when it makes recommendations in respect of the proposed methods by which oversight mechanisms can be strengthened and the various legislation that you've identified. Am I correct?
That is correct, Chair. That is correct, Chair.
Then proceeding in paragraph 123. May I ask you to take it from there? Finally,
I wish to provide some clarification in respect of the role of the Chief of Staff within a ministry. This role is regulated by Chapter 3 of the Guide for Members of the Executive, also referred to as the Ministerial Handbook, which deals with the appointment of certain staff in the office of a minister, including the appointment of a Chief of Staff, a Private Secretary and a Media Liaison Officer as part of the Office of the Minister of Police. The Ministerial Handbook, Chair, I thought I was done with apologizing, but I am apologizing again. The words that a Chief of Staff in that paragraph should be deleted. The Ministerial Handbook provides administrative and support assistance to the Minister in ensuring good governance with due regard to cost effectiveness and efficiency. In other words, that's one of the aspects and aims of the Ministerial Handbook, to provide clarity on the administrative support and assistance that the Minister is entitled to. And it should also be noted that appointments of personnel in the office of the minister, in this case the Minister of Police, are regulated in terms of the Public Service Act. The duties of the Chief of Staff include to ensure that administrative support is rendered to the Minister in respect of parliamentary services, including to coordinate parliamentary questions, to perform administrative functions within the office of the Minister, such as internal and external role players with regard to the portfolio of the Minister, and to manage the office of the Minister effectively. This relates to the management of human resources and the budget of the office. In other words, these are the general powers or responsibilities to be performed by a Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff may participate in discussions with the Minister and the management of the police. And in my experience, it really depends from Minister to Minister. In some cases, the Minister is, or the Chief of Staff is more involved in discussions and with the Minister and management, and in respect of other ministers, the Chief of Staff will be more in the background dealing with administrative matters. However, it should be noted that the Chief of Staff does not have any powers relating to the execution of policing functions. In terms of Section 207, the National Commissioner is responsible to manage and control the SAPs and remains accountable for the decisions taken by the SAPs.
And I think in this regard, the National Commissioner, when asked regarding the participation of the Chief of Staff in respect of decision making, in respect of that plan, he indicated that when it comes to accountability, he, the National Commissioner, is ultimately accountable. And this makes it clear. I think if one looks at the 2 points that you make, the first being that the Chief of Staff is appointed. The appointment of the Chief of Staff is regulated by the Public Service Act, which you make at the end of paragraph 123. And then in respect of 125, you say the Chief of Staff does not have powers relating to the execution of policing functions. So those two read together makes that point. Explicitly clear. You agree?
That is correct, Chair. That is correct, Chair.
And then in terms of sex,
General, you had the evidence of General Masemola. You had the evidence of that the Chief of Staff was advocating together with General Sibia for the immediate disbandment of the PKTT. Now you accept from your evidence, you accept that, or at least you tell us that Chief of Staff can participate or do participate in discussion between management and the minister. Does that go as far as this kind of evidence where General Masemola says he was advocating for the immediate disbandment? Does the involvement of the Chief of Staff contemplate that kind of involvement?
Commissioner, in my experience, the Chief of Staff will be part of a meeting. He may say something, but I haven't had experience where such a strong opinion has been expressed in respect of any policing matter relating or coming from the Chief of Staff. That is not in my experience the position.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Then you were done. You just concluded with 125. You are dealing now in the next section with the deficiencies that you've identified. And I again just remind commissioners that you had indicated that for now, as you stipulate in 126, you make these observations on a preliminary basis, so that the commissioners can take them into account as they hear testimony from different witnesses, and perhaps they may wish to test some of these issues, with whichever relevant witnesses would still come to give evidence. But as indicated earlier, as a more comprehensive submission is going to be made by SAPS at a later stage. Correct?
At a later stage. That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
That is
then
correct,
in your
Chair.
endeavor to assist, you say in paragraph 127, you seek to highlight certain deficiencies in the statutory scheme and flaws implementing the oversight mechanisms. And you start with the civilian secretariat. If I can ask you to comment from paragraph 1 to 8.
In terms of section 6.1 of a Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service Act, the Civilian Secretariat is mandated to monitor and evaluate the performance of the police by regularly assessing whether SAPS have adequate policies and effective systems in place, and furthermore to recommend corrective measures where necessary. The Civilian Secretariat is further required to advise and support the Minister of Police in the exercise of his or her statutory powers and functions, and to report to the Minister on SAPS's performance as well as its implementation of and compliance with policy directives or instructions issued by the Minister. By constitutional design, the Civilian Secretariat functions under the direction of a Minister, and that is set out in section 208. The current legal framework does not permit the Civilian Secretariat to operate independently, even though it is expected to maintain an independent character in exercising oversight. Its effectiveness, therefore, rides on the Minister's strength, credibility, and willingness to respect the policy or operational divide. Its authority depends on political rather than statute-backed autonomy. Oversight facilitates with cabinet reshuffles.
Oversight vacillates
with cabinet reshuffles and ministerial preferences. And if I can make a very basic example, the Minister of Police is responsible for the police and the same minister to oversee the police. Now, if the two departments are at loggerheads, it means the minister must decide which of his children is correct. And that is a very dangerous position. There should rather be independence to ensure that it is a more neutral or objective decision to be taken.
So the essence of the point that you're making is on a forward-looking basis, some form of disentanglement, that allows for independence, something that you say ought to be considered by the Commission as it navigates the issues and hears evidence.
That is correct, Chair. That is correct, Chair.
You then next deal with IPIT. You then next commencing from page 43, paragraph 133.
Section 206.6 of the Constitution provides that upon receipt of a complaint lodged by a provincial executive, an independent police complaints body established by national legislation must investigate any alleged misconduct or criminal offence committed by a member of the police in that province. This gives effect to the constitutional requirement, in order to give effect to this constitutional requirement, IPIT was established under the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act. As I alluded to earlier, Chair, 2011 Act, not the 2010 Act. Section 2 of the IPIT Act mandates the Directorate to ensure independent oversight of SAPS and municipal police services, to conduct independent and impartial investigations into specified criminal offences allegedly committed by their members, and to make disciplinary recommendations arising from its investigations, as well as to ensure accountability and transparency within SAPS and municipal police services in line with the principles of a constitution. According to the parliamentary media statement of Thursday, 19 June 2025, IPIT is facing a severe case backlog of 14,469 cases cases carried over into the new financial year. This backlog has been flagged as a major impediment to police accountability, as it contributes to a lack of timely consequences for misconduct within SAPS. The delay in finalizing investigations undermined the ability of IPID to enforce disciplinary or legal action against offending officers, thereby weakening oversight and eroding public trust in law enforcement institutions. This statement further stresses that this situation is not merely administrative, but poses a systemic challenge to the criminal justice and oversight framework. Prolonged investigations risk evidence degradation, prolonged justice for victims, and create space for impunity within SAPS. Parliament has therefore called for urgent strategies and interventions to resolve a backlog and strengthen IPID's capacity, signalling recognition for that current resources, processes and case management systems are inadequate to meet its constitutional mandate. In respect of the mandate of IPID, I wish to point out that the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Act of 2024 amended the mandate of IPID to investigate, specifically the mandate to investigate matters as set out in Section 28 of the Principal Act. Some of the provisions of this Amendment Act came into operation on the 29th of August this year, but the amendment pertaining to Section 28 is still awaiting proclamation by the President and is dependent on the finalization of regulations. The implications of the amended Section 28 are that the mandate of IPID to investigate matters against members of SAPS and municipal police services has been expanded. The mandate will no longer include complaints relating to the discharge of an official firearm or common assault. The mandate will be extended to investigate cases of attempted murder in relation to the discharge of a firearm or the use of any weapon or instrument and assault with the intention to cause grievous bodily harm as well as torture as defined in the Prevention and Combating of Torture of Persons Act. IPID is also in compliance with or as mandated by the Amendment Act is also authorized to investigate allegations of a commission of an offence where a member, in other words, a member of a police or municipal police service, acted together with other law enforcement officers or members of the public.
Yes, and then you conclude there by saying, or dealing with the impact of the extension of this mandate on this mandate already overloaded work of IPID. If you can then conclude.
The implications of the amendments will place an additional burden on IPID and will require additional resources, including investigators, to execute this mandate effectively.
Then the last topic that you deal with there is the portfolio committee and the identified shortcomings with the oversight structures of police. If you can deal with paragraphs 136 and 137.
The Portfolio Committee has identified shortcomings in relation to the oversight mechanisms within the police. According to a press release dated Wednesday, 12 February 2025, with the title Management Deficiencies from Station Level to National at the Heart of Repeat Audit Findings within SAPS. The Portfolio Committee on Police identified several shortcomings in the SAPS's oversight and management mechanisms. Key issues include repeated audit findings that point to station-level management failures, which persist across regions and are not properly addressed or corrected.
And if I can just perhaps come in, this shortcoming that you've identified here relates to financial issues and aspects of financial accountability.
That is correct, Chair.
You have dealt with the issue of the portfolio committee not acting or responding to the allegations when they were brought to their attention when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi when Lieutenant General Konazi appearing before the portfolio committee.
That is correct, Chair.
And then you conclude then by attaching the statement to which you speak in respect of paragraph 137, and that is annexure VR9, which is at 180 to 188 of Van Rooyen 2. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And you then conclude by saying, should it become necessary, you will prepare and submit a further statement should the Commission so require. And we've indicated earlier, this is apart from the submissions that you are going to make together with SAPS to address this topic, this last topic that you are dealing with.
That is correct, Chair.
Now,
that is correct, Chair.
Now, you've given your evidence. You've given you received different questions, both from myself and the commissioners. I just want to ask, from your side, is there anything that you wish to perhaps bring across the knowledge of the commission, which perhaps you could not, by way of a question that did not present itself?
Chair, there's just one comment I would like to make, and I realize we interrogated this aspect and the difference between policy on the one hand side and direction or directives on the other hand. And in my opinion, it's neither here or there. What is important is the potential political interference that comes with either the policy or a directive. So it is my submission, if I may guide the Commission, not to focus so much on the issue of whether it's a policy or a direction or a directive, but rather on the legal aspects pertaining to the implications of political interference and specifically relating to where does the role of a minister stop and where does the role of a national commissioner start. And in that regard, to bring clarity, as I said earlier, not only for the national commissioner and the minister, but even for the organisation as a whole, to ensure that there's clarity on the role of each role player and specifically the danger and the risk to address the minimizing of the risk of potential interference. I realize we are talking about specific role players, but the organisation will outlive the current role players, and there will be new faces. And in that regard, the principles that must be set must be clear for future purposes and to ensure that the organisation can withstand potential similar situations in future. As I also indicated, and I think I largely dealt with this matter, is if we consider the issue of oversight bodies, it should be noted that a number of problems that persisted or that originated in the police, be it the conduct of a deputy national commissioner or even the interference of a minister, were internal issues. And in that regard, if consideration is to be given, I find it difficult to think that oversight bodies, especially external oversight bodies, will be able to address such situations. In a well-disciplined organisation, it shouldn't happen. That is as simple as that. And even legislative amendments will not necessarily address the problems experienced in that regard. And therefore, I wish to make the Commission aware of that possibility of just considering my submission in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
So, in short, General, I think the point you're putting across is this. And correct me if I'm wrong. On the facts that the Commission is dealing with, the issue whether the minister's communication on 31 December 2024 constitutes policy or constitutes direction. You say whatever that found to be by the Commission, it does not resolve the issue. The issue here is one of the factual nature, which is regardless of the character of the instruction. It is the question of what is that instruction contemplated, or directed, or rather instructed. Let me use a neutral term. Instructed. Let me use the National Commissioner to do. And you say that is the issue. And you say that strays into the exclusive domain of the National Commissioner, and that is why we are here.
That is correct. Chair. That is correct.
Perhaps I should clarify why we engaged you and General Masemula on what policy, directions, and operational matters mean. We engaged you on those because we can only really be able to say this is an operational matter and not a direction. If we know what a direction is. Do you follow me? So that is why we wanted to know what on earth is a direction. I think policy perhaps is easier to grapple with. But this is an operational matter. But this is definitely not a direction. How do we say that? We must know what a direction is. So that's why we engaged you on those. But you are done with your testimony now. These are legal questions, and I guess it will be for us in the end. And after having heard Minister, what exactly, juristically, this letter of 31 December 2024 was. It will be up to us to decide. I hope you follow why we engaged you on the subject.
Definitely.
I understand your alternative. Even assuming that it was a policy, even assuming that it was a direction, but it impacted on operational matters, which is your alternative argument, which was also General Masemula's alternative argument. I understand that. I understand. But of course, we will have to hear Minister Mukulu.
General, just so that your evidence on the deficiencies under the topic of deficiencies identified, so that it is understood or not misunderstood. You are not. You listed there the CSPS, the IPID, and then the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. You're not saying that any of those deficiencies or those issues that you've identified as deficiencies, they have a bearing on what happened, on the facts that we are concerned with. You're not suggesting that.
No, I'm not.
You're not suggesting that.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, I'm not.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the evidence leaders. Thank you very much to the evidence leaders.
Yeah. No, Chair. My conclusion was going to be. We put a pause. We put a pause.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 as usual. 9:30 as usual. Yes. Tomorrow. Yes. Let's adjourn tomorrow.
And that wraps up the testimony of Major General Petronella van Rooyen. And she has been given evidence as she is a legislative expert for the SAPS, has worked for the service, the police service, for 42 years. And she has been taking the commission through some of what the policy would say as far as the letter by the minister that was sent on the 31st of December calling for the disbandment of the political killings task team is concerned, and at the same time juxtaposing that with what would constitute a policy directive as well as operational matters of the SAPS. And it's quite a critical distinction to make, right? Because you want to get a sense as you're watching all of this as to say, Where did the powers of the minister lie? And quite an interesting debate there ensuing just before the break to the lunch adjournment. There was this debate on whether or not, given the fact that the Political Killings Task Team was established by an interministerial committee, right? So was there an obligation on the side of the minister to consult other IMC members before he made the decision to disband? And when you listen to Major General Van Rooyen, she says that even if, she's wrong in her assertion, and the minister's decision to disband was lawful, or it was a matter of policy. But, for it to be done immediately was an operational directive which he was not empowered to give, and it would have then impacted on the